Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the lower house. I'm Simone Absalom. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. Before we begin, let's try a parliament trivia. The first election under universal adult suffrage was held in 1944. Is this fact or is it fiction? Stick around for the answer at the end of this introduction. The answer will also be posted on our Facebook page. On the agenda in this session, the Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, is to make a statement on the abuse of vulnerable groups. Under public business, debate is to be concluded on the Trusts Act 2018. Also on the agenda, the Attorney General is to open debate on the resolution on Jamaica's support for the Republic of Cuba against the United States embargo on their economy and social development. In the questions and answers to questions segment, the Minister of Finance and Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clark, is to answer question 23, notice of which was given by Member of Parliament Philip Paulwell. The Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, is down to answer a question, a notice of which was given by Member of Parliament Reverend Ronald Thwaites. Under private members' motions, debate is to commence on a private members' motion number 7 on matters related to labour and employment. Debate is to commence on a private members' motion number 15, seeking approval of the report by the Economy and Production Committee on the energy sector. And debate should begin on the private members' motion number 41 on the maintenance and repair of parochial roads in Portmore and its environs on which JUTC buses travel. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added or removed. If you're planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules you need to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the house during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's about time to go over to the proceedings, but first, the answer to our Parliament trivia. The first election under universal adult suffrage was held in 1944. It's a fact. The 1944 elections saw the Jamaica Labour Party winning 25 out of a total of 32 seats. Now, over to the proceedings.
Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Dr. Guy, Miss Hannah, Mr. Hales, Mrs. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Dr. McNeil, Miss Nito, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Stewart, Reverend Thwaites, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Wright.
Statements by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I would like first to apologize to this Honourable House for the late start, and especially the youngsters who are here with us today. But we had an exhibition of the architectural designs based on the program that is now being undertaken to construct a new parliament, which delayed us somewhat, but it was worth the delay because it was extremely useful and educational. Before embarking on the business of the House, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that even my colleagues on the other side would not excuse me if on this day, the first commemoration of my ascending to the post of leader of government business, if I failed to take note of the fact that it is the first anniversary of our member from Southeast St. Mary, and of course, as a player myself, to commemorate the great event of October 30th, 1980, when the government, after a long layoff, ascended to the seat of authority in the country. We have ignored that date because it's a very important date for all newcomers to remember, and I know that it has not escaped my colleagues on the other side. Having said that, we don't usually commemorate what is taken for granted. We commemorate effort, and where one does not have to expend much effort, we take it for granted. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have to start a statement by the Minister of National Security, who will speak to us on the matter of abuse of vulnerable members of our population. At the end of that, I will bring you up to date on exactly our plans to go forward today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Chang, could you hold a minute, please?
Yes.
Mr. Falwell.
In the same vein as the leader of government business has indicated one of his members celebrating a first anniversary today, I must also acknowledge that the members from South St. Andrew and South West St. Andrew are also celebrating 1 year today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Members, before the Minister makes his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wish to...
I'm married and welcome to this.
Minister Chang, just a minute, please. Minister Chang, just a minute.
Okay.
Before the Minister makes his statement, I wish to recognize a number of students and teachers from the Learners Center High School. Please welcome them to Parliament. Minister Chang will now address Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again? Yeah, I'm willing to. If I get something.
The House will be very pleased to acknowledge also the presence of the Cuban ambassador. We specially held this moment for you. Dr. Chang, you may now address Parliament.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I add my own word of congratulations to those celebrating the year. We'll look forward to a few more years having you here. All of them. and to all my old word of welcome to the Learner Center, which I think hails from a part of the world I'm familiar with, Montego Bay, and of course the Cuban ambassador. Mr. Speaker, I find it necessary to comment on the state of aspects of crime in the country today. Now, while we speak to an overall 21% decline in the numbers of murders in Jamaica since the start of the year, there has been a series of very cruel and attacks on vulnerable groups, particularly elderly and young children within the communities. And while we continue as a government to progress towards citizen security for all Jamaicans, and it cannot go unnoticed that there is some 29% decline in the overall number of children murdered when compared to last year, the attacks on these vulnerable groups appear to be more heinous and barbaric and a cause of grave concern to the government and to the nation as a whole. Mr. Speaker, the forever silent voice of 30 of our children that has taken from us since January, like 14-year-old Tanya Francis, 14-year-old Raven Wilson, saddens and shames us as a nation. The slaughter of Dan Smith and her 16-year-old daughter, Jeshnell Gordon, as well as the slaying of 25-year-old Kim Campbell, allegedly by persons they knew, will indicate a level of callousness in the souls of our citizens. This must change. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I pause to offer my condolences to the families that are coping with the loss of their loved ones at the hands of heartless murderers. We mourn as a nation with them. Impact of these crimes on loved ones, family, well-being, and overall quality of life in the communities have not gone unnoticed. It serves as a constant reminder and motivation for the government to ensure that our best efforts are operationalized at all times to give optimal results and afford justice to our victims. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we continue to implement several responses across various platforms to enable a holistic response to this very difficult problem. This, of course, includes government and the Parliament, in fact, embarking on a number of relevant legislative pursuits to strengthen the legal framework. It's appropriate at this time to remind the country of these legislative features, which provides greater protection to the entire community, but in particular to women, children, and the elderly, as we seek to strengthen the legal authority to bring perpetrators to justice. Mr. Speaker, it must be that where offences are committed, we must have severe penalties that act as deterrents to these crimes. Justice must be swift, sure, and severe. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind the nation of a number of these pieces of legislation. Some still in Joint Select Committee, others recently concluded. There is the Sexual Offences Act, which is in Joint Select Committee, the Domestic Violence Act, the Child Care and Protection Act, and the Offences Against the Persons Act. At the heart of this review was the special emphasis placed on protection of vulnerable, and in particular women and children, the elderly, and persons living with disabilities from violence and abuse. I'm pleased to report that a number of submissions were made by members of the public and various governments and non-government organizations to the Joint Select Committee, which is currently compiling that report. You may also recall, Mr. Speaker, recent amendments made to the Trafficking Persons Prevention, Suppression, and Punishment Act. And this amendment, Mr. Speaker, allows for the trafficking offences to be tried by a judge without jury. This criminal activity is today seen as one of the most lucrative of the criminal activity. In fact, internationally it's rated at number 3 after drugs and guns. It does not adopt the same profile as drugs and guns, but it's a very brutal activity and unfortunately is increasing in this part of the world and in our own country. It's a matter that must be dealt with urgency. Mr. Speaker, the government, while recognizing the need for an adequate legislative framework, is also cognizant that the tools must be provided to enforce and support the laws. At the heart of the government trust is safety and security of all our citizens. While we continue to renewed focus on the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the process to reorganize and equip the police over the next 2 years, the public must be reassured that the government will continue its current drive to invest in initiatives surrounding the public safety. The recently launched Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement branch of the JCF is only but one of these initiatives. The work of this branch is the pursuit of order and security in our public spaces. The Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement branch, along with the Community Safety and Security branch of the JCF, will work in various vulnerable communities to effect behavior changes as necessary and to continue serious work in operating in these highly vulnerable communities and to intercept violence producers. In addition, there is a major initiative to improve intelligence and bolster police investigative capacity. We know that while we would prefer preventive measures to deter perpetrators, there is a need for measures to guarantee that a perpetrator will be caught if he commits a crime. Mr. Speaker, the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Branch, the Criminal Investigative Branch, with the support of major organized crime and anti-corruption agencies, will bring increased focus to investigating these incidents, to identify and apprehend individuals associated with these acts. These branches will work with the Center for Investigation of Sexual Offences and Child Abuse, that will be strengthened to adequately investigate crimes against these particularly vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, the Ministry has expanded the scope of our existing partnership with Crime Stop to include a special reward scheme to improve investigation, a reward scheme for information that will lead to the arrest and apprehension of those perpetrating crimes against the vulnerable in our society, in particular women and children. Within the current context, Mr. Speaker, we are particularly concerned about children and the elderly among the vulnerable. It is not, and this will not be at the expense of the broader initiatives to bring safety to our wider citizenry. We believe this added incentive will encourage more persons to come forward with useful information to assist with investigation, arrest, and successful prosecution of the guilty parties. We again encourage Jamaicans to come forward and stand up for what is right. No one with information that could lead to the arrest of any criminal should remain silent. The police are depending on the cooperation of all Jamaicans to come forward to assist us in this fight. Mr. Speaker, we have been partnering and will continue to partner with other ministries, departments, and agencies in putting in place robust social intervention initiative towards diverting our young people away from a life of crime, and intercepting criminal activity, and initiating behavior changes. At the community level, through City Security and Justice Program, the Jamaica Community Safety and Security, the JCF Community Safety and Security Branch, programs focused on violence interruption, mentorship, effective parenting, conflict management, among several others, will be expanded and have sought to establish capacity, increased capacity to better respond to safety and security related issues. There will also be increased efforts to implement violence prevention and conflict resolution, education, training within our schools as a means to address maladaptive behavior of students, then aim to reduce out-of-school suspension, dropouts, and therefore improving chance for completing their education. Mr. Speaker, our success in this regard is crucial, as by doing so we will significantly reduce the likelihood of a youngster becoming engaged in delinquent and criminal acts, in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, also a future victim of circumstances. The Ministry of National Security will be launching a value-based program designed to effect behavior change, restore respect and self-worth to some of our socially neglected and deprived individuals. A very robust anti-violence campaign in our community which will seek to begin the process of behavior change. Much of what we are viewing seems to be deeply embedded abnormal behavior among some of our young individuals in the communities. I would pause and indicate that in the case of St. Andrew, the police have actually apprehended 2 of the individuals involved of the crime committed against the young lady here. This, of course, is part of a wider approach by the Ministry of National Security to develop a more efficient response to address the social norms that inform and shape the perspectives and perception of violence among youths aged 12 years and older. This campaign will run in parallel to the Ministry's social intervention strategy in several of our most volatile communities. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of National Security will secure our citizens, but particularly the most vulnerable in our society who are currently exposed. The safety of all citizens, the security of our public spaces, the protection of our borders remain the mandate of the Ministry. But I reiterate to this House, and indeed to the nation, that our women and children, the disabled and the elderly must be protected instead of being assaulted and violated. The Ministry of National Security will lead in this charge, and it will be executed through the Jamaica Constabulary Force. This culture of violence must give way to peace and security in our Jamaican communities. We must begin to value the sanctity of life and change normalized attitude to disorder and violence. I have in the past called the brutal acts of violence against women and children shameful and un-Jamaican. I do so again today. I call us as Jamaicans to do better as a people and as a nation. These violence acts must never become a part of the normal. Murder, rape, and abuse of our young girls and boys must be condemned in every family, in every community, in every parish, even as I stand here and condemn it today. The Ministry of National Security is committed to restoring public order and safety throughout the country. It is only when the entire country has increased safety and increased public order that, in fact, even the vulnerable will be considered safe. The government will continue to invest in the security forces to ensure a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the remarks by the Minister on behalf of the government, which would indicate an appreciation of the threat, the danger, and the loss of lives of a cohort of the Jamaican society that we would want to consider very precious. It is oftentimes said that a society is best measured by how it treats its more vulnerable segment of its population. Indeed, our women and our children represent one such group. The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, when our women and children are murdered, it strikes hardest at the heart of any well-thinking human being. Anywhere in the world, Jamaica no exception. And it's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that as a society, we must not see national security or safety just in the general sense, but to focus on how we seek to protect those which are most vulnerable amongst us. The measures, the comments by the Minister, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, speaks to what normally happens. The activities in the JCF and other groups. The truth be told, in order to provide greater protection for those vulnerable groups, it will require a concerted effort, well thought out and organized approach, particularly in the communities where the characteristics are more glaring for these kinds of activities to take place. And therefore, I believe one of the things that we need to do as a society is to make a study of what are the major contributing factors behind the committing of these criminal actions against our women and our children and our elderly. And as we refer to elderly, there are particular set of elderly, which are the returning residents to Jamaica, I believe represent the largest targeted senior citizen group in the country. And so we welcome their attention and the appreciation for the need to be more focused in dealing with the matter. The truth be told, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be a kind of knee-jerk reaction. You know, we have to do it we have to approach the solution in a more deliberate way. And that can only be done by doing some studies where we can collect empirical data that can better inform the approaches that are more appropriate to deal with this threat to national life. So the opposition stands ready to work with the various agencies of the state and other NGO groups, all others, because the truth be told, we are in it together. And we have to make a collective effort in order to stem the threat that faces our country. I want to extend on my own behalf and on behalf of the opposition our condolences to the over 1,665 families of the over 1,065 persons who have been murdered so far this year, and in particular the families of those children and women who have been murdered. We must not take this problem lightly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Minister, I read through your statement, and there was something that jumped out at me. The 2 to 3 month campaign that the Ministry of National Security is actually embarking to facilitate a behavioral change in the attitudes of citizens. And it always strikes me when the Ministry of National Security comes forward to speak about crime measures and finding solutions, especially when dealing with children. I think all of us are very clear, just from what we've been witnessing over the last couple of years, that there's a significant degeneration in how we treat with one another, particularly in domestic conflict. Just this morning in my own constituency in Monique, a gentleman tried to kill the lady that he was cohabitating with, and then decided to jump in the public tank and drown himself. The issues with how children are being murdered cannot go unnoticed. And every time I hear a statement coming from the Ministry of National Security, there's not a synchronicity between the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Health, because I think a large part of what we are dealing with are some mental health issues in the country. And there has to be a concomitant relationship with how the Ministry of National Security puts in place community policing, etc., with what the Ministry of Health is doing with community aids going in to deal with depression at clinics, etc. So the first question I have for you is, how is the Ministry of National Security working with the Ministry of Health to identify psychological or psychosis issues within vulnerable groups, vulnerable communities? Second question I have for you is that with the implementation of some of the states of emergencies, it is my assumption, based on what I'm experiencing in my own constituency with the spate of robberies, that perhaps some of the criminals are being pushed into other areas. And I'd like to know, perhaps, with your measures to help the JCF fighting crime, and I want to, all politics is local, but also we're in this together, what are you doing to help some of those vulnerable community police stations that don't have cars, etc.? Because there are some rural police stations, like my own in Claremont, that don't have a car, and at the Ministry of, we got a car, borrowed a car, but then take it back. And then the third question, Minister, is at the end of the day, if the objective is really to help fix some of the heinous, gruesome acts that we're seeing taking place, what do you believe as a parent and as a leader is necessary in terms of resources to get through to some of these persons? Is it that they need additional mentoring? Is it that they need better family values in our school system? Is it that they need someone to check on them from time to time? I noticed that you said in your report that poverty is not a response. My words, but I'm paraphrasing from your statement because I don't have it. That poverty is really not the response. But is it that even though half of our school population is on the PATH program, are parents really at their wits' end? And are people really suffering in a manner that the frustration is being meted out in a way that we've never seen before? Because that young man in St. Anne who now has to live with the fact that he helped his mother put that little girl in a body bag and then went to the police, unless we get that little boy, for instance, as an intermediary measure and focus on him, how many other little boys are like that are out there? So the question I'm asking is, how far does the frustration have to get and the toxicity have to get before we recognize that we really have some mental issues dealing with just from the overall frustration in the society? Thank you.
Thank you. I must accept Member Farm said we have not had a formal discourse with the Ministry of Health in terms, but particularly with this. I have not initiated a formal discourse with the Ministry of Health on this particular issue, although we are currently discussing major changes in the Mental Health Act, which now resides in the Ministry of National Security, and that should really be in the Ministry of Health. And then we look at how we manage the cases. In fact, it's a really bad legacy where mental health is placed in national security, and it is the police that is supposed to apprehend and deal with mentally ill individuals. By moving to the Ministry of Health, we then begin to get the appropriate approach and with collaboration with the Ministry of National Security. I'm saying the current situation where the Mental Health Act is part of the Ministry of National Security is a bad legacy, which we are seeking to correct. And we are taking steps to get that under the Ministry of Health that it should be, and then look at cooperation and management. Well, no, there's still some of the mental health. Remember, it's the police who have to apprehend and lock up mental health people. We're not moved. That is the old act, and that's still effective. Still effective. So we have to get it totally moved. On the other hand, I must take the opportunity to point out the CSJP, which is one of our primary intervention communities, has been focused heavily on case management. But to go to one of your questions, we are also expanding their activity this year to deal with, to intervene in the primary school, because case management have traditionally dealt with those who have been apprehended and have challenges, which tend to be the older cohort. And what we are now seeking to do is to intervene at the primary school level so we can find the individuals, identify those who have the challenges at an early stage, and look at an appropriate treatment, whether it is social intervention assist with just welfare, as well as mental and emotional issues at this point. And that program is beginning, we hope to, in 20 schools this year, in 20 of the most vulnerable communities. These communities are identified by the statistics from the JSF. In fact, most of them are pretty well known by members of the House. In fact, there's still 100 communities are identified on the community renewal program, and those communities have remained fairly steady. The incidents of crime and their priority may go up and down, but it's the same 100 communities. We expect to work with 20 of these schools and specialized programs to identify and work with children who are particularly challenged. We are looking at using some of the Jamaican strengths, music, sports, culture, and technology, in these schools, which means we'll work with the ministry to ensure they have appropriate sports program, introduce music, and work with the USF, but even using funds from the ministry, ensure that they get access to technological features, that are not only tablets or computer labs, which can make a big difference in some of the very depressed communities where kids, especially young men, have no interest in the traditional class. I've had that experience in one of my own communities. They would just, by the time they reach grade 4, 5, they leave the classroom to kick around in the schoolyard. Open a computer lab, and they all get in there, start working. And we're looking at initiating a pilot, and we expect it to work, and that can be expanded by the Ministry of Education to include all the schools that are at risk. The police stations, we are on a program to physically improve all the police stations. They are about 30 done last financial year. I think we have started just about 45 right now. The budget is established for additional stations, but before we get to the major rehab, we'll be looking at fixing at least, and I say this publicly, the sanitary facilities in the police stations. There's a new station currently being constructed, one in Buff Bay, one in Port Antonio, and one in the location, Port Maria, has been established. And we're looking at not only Mobile West in Montego Bay, which will take the mobile reserve there, but the Savannah police station is in extremely bad shape. And the Spanish Towns, they have two critical areas. We're looking at those for replacement. Mobility is a challenge. We have acquired some 60 vehicles during the course of this year, but most of those were deployed in the areas of enhanced security operations. Another 60 is due very shortly before the year is out, new vehicles. And we, as soon as, mediation have come to an understanding to settle the O'Brien issue, we will still get another 69 vehicles to settle off what money we've made and dumping. And once we get those, we will in fact distribute them and I'll ensure that one will be allocated to your constituency. All right? Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Minister. Minister Chan, there are a number of schools, you spoke about collaborative effort with the schools and your ministry. A number of schools have obsolete equipment as it relates to the practical areas in these schools. I don't know if there are plans to collaborate with the Ministry of Education, where we have these labs with obsolete equipment, deficient equipment, to get these young men sorted out as it relates to attending these classes, because if the equipment are not functioning, they're not interested to attend these classes. And that's part of the problem where we have our young men who are so unattached and are not interested in the teaching and learning process.
Minister.
The Ministry of National Security focuses on a number of what we call vulnerable communities across the unit. We have identified some 100 and there are about 20 critical ones. I can get those listed to you. They are identified by between the Planning Institute and the JCF statistics that run in several areas. And we will focus on those. But in terms of unattached youths, they come out of the Prime Office a number of programs that can look at these areas. We'll be doing exactly what they've asked you to look and get the technical equipment in the schools that we are looking at. Updated music introduced, sports program, and proper sporting fees and so. But the wider scope is not all remit. It's through the Ministry of National Education, Ministry of Education, and of course the HOPE program, which is part of the intervention program. You must also bear in mind and get more understanding of the Jamaica National Service Corps. I think this year the JDF did 1,500. We're looking to expand that to 53,000, and we'd like to expand it even beyond that. And they involve not only paramilitary training for discipline, but they are a significant training component, and they are certified by heart at the end of it. And it's an excellent program, and you have to look beyond the schools to that kind of activity.
Mr. Speaker, just short question to the Minister with your permission, and permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Go ahead. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I first of all wanted to say that I believe that it is an extremely timely intervention to place the issue on the table today. I think also because a number of individuals in society were probably reaching a kind of a threshold where people were beginning to panic just based on what they had seen and what was happening. In regards to your response about the children in schools in vulnerable areas and what is being done for them, I'm seeing a gap, and I was wondering what was intended for them. There are children of school age in vulnerable communities who are not in school in vulnerable areas. And especially when we have communities where there is violence and some of these horrific deaths, I'm wondering what is being put in place to be able to deal with the kind of trauma being suffered by these children, since you are looking at the schools that are in the vulnerable communities and not necessarily with the children who are living in those vulnerable communities.
Thank you. As I indicated, we have data on the schools and the communities. We'll be taking 20 as pilot approach, where we get into the school and get involved with the total activity. Part of our program, of course, is strong interagency collaboration, because once we identify the students, we have to ensure that the PATH program and the other agencies that are relevant get involved in supporting the student, the parents, and the families, because some of the challenge they face is what forced them into the kind of a normal behavior. But our primary program in these vulnerable schools, which I said, to introduce programs that will assist in keeping them in school, get them to attend school. A number of them who are not registered, they'll have to work with the other agents to get them involved. But once in school, we'd like to see, essentially, as I said, we'd like to introduce a program, music. I find that music is something that every Jamaican have an interest in, enjoying. And if you, it has been said to me probably by students in my difficult areas, if it's music, we'll go into the class. And when we provide musical equipment, in fact, leave the play field where they're knocking around the stones and Friday and get into the music room. We have focused on music, sports, and technology. Again, when they have a lab to go and sit and learn from, I find the boys in particular, so the girls tend to stay in class. They get in there and they get on the computer. And once they have recreation time, rather than getting a play field that they're just kicking stones and knocking around, we try to get them a hard court at least, because some of these are mainly urban schools. They have small play fields, they are dust bowls. So we try to improve the facilities there. And we're doing that to measure the response, work within our own scope to see the impact, and I anticipate it will make a significant contribution, and then get the ministry to adopt and expand it across the program. But we're looking at the most vulnerable communities and a holistic approach, which include those in school and getting those who are out of school back in school, and then use a case management program to try and work with the families beyond the school.
Mr. Samuro.
Mr. Speaker, just to inform the House as to where we go from here is, next we will be
if you have no
commencing.
If you have no further statement, then we go to announcement.
We will be commencing, and it will be taken by the Attorney General.
Relax. Announcements. Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Reggie, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas this Honourable House has, for the past 9 years, approved a motion in support of Cuba's resolution submitted in the United Nations General Assembly entitled Necessity of Ending the Economic, Commercial, and Financial Embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba. And whereas the 56-year-old policy of economic blockade remains in place despite the fact that 191 member states of the United Nations, including Jamaica, representing the vast majority of the international community, voted last year in favor of the resolution. And whereas there are no normal banking relations between Cuba and the United States, with implications for relations with the international banking system. And whereas the restrictions on Cuba's international financial transactions, including those with multilateral organizations for cooperation with the island, has intensified with the implementation of the blockade policy under the U.S. current administration. And whereas the Departments of Treasury, Commerce, and State are being used to investigate and prosecute those who establish or consider establishing normal financial, commercial, and economic relations with Cuba. And whereas the immigration policy of the U.S. regarding Cuba has changed, and despite the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism and the establishment of diplomatic relations in 2015, tourism from the U.S. to Cuba effectively remains illegal. And whereas the U.S. administration tightened the blockade against Cuba with the signing on June 16, 2017, of the National Security Presidential Memorandum on strengthening the policy of the United States towards Cuba. And whereas, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Departments of Commerce and Treasury and State issued on November 8, 2017, new regulations and provisions to put in effect the aforementioned memorandum. And whereas the U.S. administration extended on September 10, 2018, the application against Cuba of the Trading with the Enemy Act until September 14, 2019, thus keeping in place the legal framework on which the 1962 policy of blockade against Cuba is based. And whereas the blockade, in its essence and its aims, constitutes an act of unilateral aggression and represents a transgression of the right to peace, development, and security of a sovereign state, as well as a permanent threat to the stability of a member state of the United Nations. And whereas the blockade represents a violation of international law and is contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and to the norms governing international trade and freedom of navigation. And whereas international humanitarian law prohibits any embargo on raw materials for food and medicine, even in wartime, and Cuba continues to be unable to trade even food and medicine with subsidiaries of U.S. companies in third-party countries. And whereas the economic, commercial, and financial blockade constitutes the principal obstacle for the development of the Cuban economy and hinders the implementation of the country's national plan for economic and social development, as well as the Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals. And whereas, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica's national interests are concerned with the impact of the continuation of the blockade and the extraterritorial application of U.S. laws regulating transactions between Jamaica and Cuba directly and indirectly. And whereas governments committed to the norms of the multilateral trading system, to the freedom of trade and navigation, to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to international law, and the rejection of the extraterritorial application of a national law, are expected to vote again tomorrow, Wednesday, October 31, in favor of the draft resolution at the United Nations General Assembly. Be it resolved that this Honourable House express itself on the morality, legality, and desirability of this decades-old blockade against Cuba and give support to a renewed dialogue between the United States and Cuba and to the government of Jamaica in putting forward Jamaica's position last Tuesday, October 23, in the United Nations General Assembly in support of the anticipated adoption of the resolution. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion and, where appropriate, use a language other than the English language. May it so please you.
Questions and answers to questions.
Parliament is getting very flexible. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable questions to be received and answers to be given at this time, the time being 3:20 and past question time.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise the House that the Minister of Finance is prepared to answer the questions that the member from East Kingston and Port Royal will pose. And while I'm on my feet, the Minister of Health has had discussion with the member from Central Kingston, who is unavoidably absent, and has asked that the questions be tabled, which he will do at a later stage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister of Finance to answer the questions listed in my name.
Dr. Clark?
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
1 minute, Mrs. Brown. You are on this topic? The Minister will be answering questions and then you can come. Dr. Clark, proceed, please. Dr. Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand to respond to questions on the order paper in my name posed by the member from East Kingston. The first question: is the Minister of Finance and the Public Service the minister responsible for administering the Bauxite Levy Act? Mr. Speaker, the authority for the mining of bauxite is vested in the Minister of Transport and Mining. However, it is the person appointed in accordance with Section 70 of the Constitution with portfolio responsibility for finance, as per Section 77, subsection 1, and in keeping with Section 3 of the Interpretation Act, that is the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, who is responsible for all fiscal matters, including all aspects of revenue collection. By virtue of this, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service is responsible for administering matters falling within Section 6 of the Bauxite Production Levy Act. And I read from the Act, the Minister may, upon the application of any person liable for payment of any production levy, if he is satisfied that it is just and equitable to do so, waive, remit, or refund such levy in whole or in part, and any such waiver, remission, or refund may be subject to such conditions as the Minister may see fit to impose, provided that such a notice of such waiver, remission, or refund shall be published in the Gazette. And the same Act, Mr. Speaker, in additional financial clauses in sections 3, 4, 5, 7, and 12, makes reference to the Minister in that regard. And read in conjunction with the Interpretation Act, I answer in the affirmative that the Minister of Finance and Public Service is responsible. Question 2. In relation to the Novation Agreement signed on September 6, 2018 by the Government of Jamaica and New Day, can the Minister please state the role of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service in the negotiations of the terms of the Novation Agreement? Mr. Speaker, the terms of the Novation Agreement were dictated by the binding, it should say binding letter of intent, which is accepted and agreed to as of October 24, 2016. The LOI, or letter of intent, was accepted as binding on both the Government of Jamaica and New Day, pending its replacement with a variation of the joint venture documentation between Noranda Bauxite Limited and the Government of Jamaica, as necessitated by terms of the LOI, in particular the special provision made for the profit-sharing regime. The LOI was negotiated in the context of the U.S. bankruptcy proceedings involving Noranda Bauxite Limited and all affiliated Noranda entities. These bankruptcy proceedings were initiated on February 8, 2016, during the time of the previous administration. On October 20th, 2016, under a new administration, the U.S. Bankruptcy Court approved the sale of Noranda Bauxite Limited and the Gramercy Refinery to New Day, with the proviso that New Day assume control of Noranda Bauxite's assets by October 31st, 2016. The LOI provided a way for New Day to meet this deadline on terms satisfactory to the GOJ. The letter of intent anticipated the conclusion of the Novation Agreement no later than November 30th, 2016, essentially providing 1 month for the parties to transpose the terms of the LOI within the context of the joint venture documentation between Noranda Bauxite Limited and the Government of Jamaica. The reasons for the delay in the signing of the Novation Agreement were previously addressed by Minister Montague, and notably included, the reason for the delay notably included discussions on the boundaries of the cockpit country. The Ministry of Finance and Public Service's primary role in the negotiations of the terms of the LOI and Novation Agreements was to provide guidance regarding fiscal matters, including transfer pricing and revenue protection. The Ministry was responsible for ensuring that the agreed taxation framework had sufficient safeguards to protect the revenues to be derived. Question 3. Would the Minister please state who comprised the Government of Jamaica's negotiating team? The core negotiating team of the Government of Jamaica for the letter of intent that went forward to the Novation Agreement included Dr. Alwyn Hales, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport and Mining, who served as team leader, and it included Dr. Oral Rainford, Principal Director of Minerals in the Ministry of Transport and Mining, Mr. Everton McFarlane, Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, who served until June 2017 in that capacity, Mr. Siebert Mitchell, Technical Specialist in Tax Reform at the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, Dr. Kathy Ann Brown, Deputy Solicitor General and Director of the International Affairs Division in the Attorney General's Chambers, Mr. Bingley Sangster, Chairman of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute and an advisor to Minister Henry, Ambassador Cliff Stone, Chairman of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited, Mr. Coy Roach, Executive Director of Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited, Mr. Ian Moore, Board Member, Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited, who served on the board until October 2016, Mr. Clinton Thompson, former Commissioner of Mines and in the Mines and Geology Division, and Mr. Dennis Morrison, who is an economist at the Jamaica Bauxite Institute. The negotiating team also benefited from the advice of Mr. Bevan Sinclair, who is Chief Technical Advisor to the Commissioner General of Tax Administration Jamaica, who was invited on an as-needed basis. Question 4. Would the Minister please state how much revenue is guaranteed under the terms of the said agreement? Under the terms of the agreement, New Day is required to make a minimum payment of $1.50 US dollars per dry metric ton of bauxite shipped, in addition to the industry-wide royalty payment of 50 cents per dry metric ton of bauxite shipped. In addition, New Day is required to pay 17.33% of the earnings before interest and taxation of the combined operations of Noranda Bauxite Limited and the Gramercy plant in Louisiana. Combined, this ensures that there's no zero levy payment as has been the case in the past. Would the Minister please, in question 5, would the Minister please state what is the bauxite levy regime applicable to Windalco Uaton mines? Mr. Speaker, effective April 1st, 2018, the applicable bauxite levy for Windalco Uaton mines is calculated through the following formula. The ratio provided by, on the numerator, the London Metal Exchange price for aluminum per ton in US dollars divided by the base price in US dollars as outlined in the 1988 agreement with Alcoa, multiplied by US $5, multiplied by tons of bauxite shipped. Or alumina, or the bauxite equivalent of alumina shipped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The main burden behind these questions, well, there are a couple, but the main one was to make sure the Minister knows that this matter is entirely within his purview. And so when I was badgering the other minister who pleaded that he needed time to research some of the answers, I thought it best that I have put the questions to you. And I know that you would therefore be anticipating some of the follow-up questions that I would ask based on what I had in fact asked and the minister had promised, but to date has not. He did give me the agreement, but he did promise to research what has been earned so far. And I'm still waiting. So, Minister, I'm going to ask you as the responsible minister, firstly, to just going back to the issue of the LOI, and just to make sure that we have the timelines correct. When was the LOI negotiated and signed? If you could start with that, and then I'll proceed to ask just a few more questions.
Minister.
If I may take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to the question that you've asked, just to, for the purposes of the Parliament, just outline the broader timeline context. So the LOI would have been signed in October of 2016. And you'll recall that Noranda was in bankruptcy, and there was a bankruptcy court that was appointed to oversee the bankruptcy proceedings, that the principals of New Day were successful in their effort to acquire the assets of the bankrupt entity, and the court put a condition that discussions with the government of Jamaica come to an end by a certain point. And an LOI was successfully negotiated in October of 2016.
Right. So it's the government of Jamaica that agreed to this LOI, and that LOI was actually effected in October, you said. Mr. Minister, how much bauxite has been exported to date under this agreement? And from that question, how much have you collected in relation to this minimum payment or the revenues to date?
The information I have is that the revenue in relation to the bauxite shipped, all the royalties have been paid, and Jamaica is due a minimum payment of $1.50. However, Jamaica is paid a percentage of profits, which is equivalent to 17 1/3% of the combined profits of the plant in Jamaica, which is now a New Day plant, in combination with the refinery in Louisiana.
All right, so we are at the same point we were last time. Because, Minister, I have a calculation that I have done based on what the full levy under the law that you have the responsibility to administer, it amounts to 38.5 million United States dollars. And what I'm anxious to hear from you is how much have you collected to date in light of what you would have collected if the full levy was applicable?
Let me just use the opportunity just to describe for members of the House who are not involved in these negotiations, who are not in the Ministry of Energy or haven't served time in the Ministry of Finance. No. Noranda has operated in Jamaica since the failure of Kaiser, round about 2004 or thereabouts. Between the period of 2004 and 2008, Noranda benefited from 100% production levy waiver. I have a chart here which shows, if you want to paint a picture that the world is such that the theoretical price of the levy any company here has paid in the last several years is a false picture. So I want to just set the context. And let's talk about Noranda first. Between the period 2004 and 2008, Noranda benefited from 100% production levy waiver. Between the period of 2008 and approximately 2012, Noranda paid a waiver of approximately $2.50 US per metric ton. And between the period of 2012 and approximately 2014, yes, approximately, Noranda benefited from a production levy concession where the amount they paid varied on particular prices, but it was $2.50 plus or minus depending on where the price was. In 2015, when that expired, the then government of which you were a part, and I know that you know who has responsibility for the levy, because you issued a letter, I am told, which became subject to in the proceedings. And it was established then and there that the responsibility didn't lie with you. Okay. So at that time in 2015, allow me to finish. At that time in 2015, the then government thought that it could extract the full theoretical waiver, as he's now pretending that can be done. So they went and they said, look, we want the full amount. Within months of the full amount being requested by the previous government, Noranda filed for bankruptcy. How much did the government collect? Zero. Noranda filed for bankruptcy, and the amount that would have been paid by them had they been successful became the subject of a court proceedings of arbitration. So the request for the full amount has theoretically led to bankruptcy, led to court proceedings, and led to arbitration. Okay? Wait, no, I take that back. It was followed by bankruptcy.
Point of order. No. The member is misleading the House. And Mr. Speaker, the facts have already been
Order, please, Mr. Fowler. State it.
Yes. Mr. Speaker.
The member must be permitted to state his point of order.
Yes. It is I'm saying that he's misleading the House because it is not true that the declaration of bankruptcy was consequent on the government insisting on the full regime. There were many external issues affecting the company. And the fact is that, I am saying the minister has misled the House. And I will indicate that in the end, the arbitrators ruled in favor of the Jamaican government.
So Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear. The bankruptcy followed the request of the then government for the full bauxite levy. I am not making the case, if I said it before, then I take it back, that the request for the full levy caused it. But it followed it. So let us go through the timeline again. We have had waivers with Noranda from all of that period that we're talking about. The then government requested the full theoretical amount. Following that, Noranda filed for bankruptcy. Yes. And then there was a court proceeding, an arbitration. Yes. The government of Jamaica, the government of Jamaica was successful in arbitration. Was successful in the arbitration, and the bankrupt company, right? And you know, a company that is bankrupt is bankrupt, and whatever a bankrupt company owes, as long as the company remains bankrupt, it cannot pay. Okay. Now moving forward.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Will the member please state? Will the member be allowed to state his point of order?
The point of order, Mr. Speaker, again, is that the member is misleading the House in relation to the timelines involved and the inferences that he's leaving the House to draw. The fact of the matter is that the arbitration of which he speaks and where he says nothing was collected, there was a line of credit provided by the company. The government of Jamaica was entitled and received. That is your problem. That is your problem. But it was entitled to receive. And the arbitration had no bearing on the question of the bankruptcy. Point one. Point two. The bankruptcy, the court in the United States had no extraterritorial competence. In other words, the government of Jamaica was free to dispose of that asset to companies other than Noranda or New Day, as the case might be. It was a decision of the government of Jamaica to dispose of the assets to New Day or to allow New Day to acquire those assets. And thirdly, there were in fact and the minister may want to check the records if he's unclear. There are other companies that were interested. It would be better, Mr. Speaker, if the minister would really answer the questions asked and not engage in a lengthy exegesis that is intent on trying to cloud the facts regarding what has happened to this asset.
Mr. Speaker, it is necessary.
Please.
It is necessary for the facts surrounding this asset to be recounted in this Parliament in light of the questions that are being asked. Because the questions would seem to suggest and want to paint a context which doesn't exist. I am merely describing the context. And if I would be permitted to continue the description of the context, the member spoke about a letter of credit, which indeed existed. And my information is that the letter of credit that the government of Jamaica had expired and was not drawn, and expired in the previous administration. That is the information that I have, and I think that's information that can be proven. Now, so I want to just paint the context. Allow me to finish. And these are important facts. These are important facts. Okay? No, I can go on too. All right? Now, fine. Now, so, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Noranda is in bankruptcy, and there are pursuers for the asset. New Day is one of the pursuers for the asset, and New Day is successful. Now, I want you to bear in mind what 2016 was like in the bauxite industry in Jamaica and internationally. Kurt Vine had been closed for approximately 9 years. No bauxite. And no levy. Noranda, well, even before we go to Noranda, Alpat was closed, no box for approximately 9 years, no bauxite, no alumina, no levy. Noranda.
Point of order. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament is aware that in 2015, through negotiation, the UCSL resumed the export of bauxite from Alpat, at which time the full levy was applicable.
So let me go again, Mr. Speaker. The Kurt Vine was closed for 9 years, no bauxite, no levy. Alpart was just beginning to come back again. Okay? Wait, no, allow me. Noranda was in bankruptcy. CAP was subject to great fiscal risks and needed rescue from central government with a big loan request in 2016. And in addition, aluminum prices on which bauxite and alumina prices themselves are based was at a 5-year low in 2016 of approximately $1,600 per metric ton, from a high of $2,400 a metric ton in 2011. Okay? So it was a temporary, it was a low, a 5-year low in 2016. And it is in that context that negotiations took place. Now, I want to put here what our earnings from the bauxite levy have been since the agreements were redone in 1988, or the calculation. If that could just... And just to show that what we are dealing with in Jamaica is a national issue. If you look at the bauxite levy that we have earned since 1988, and I have the sheet here, if it doesn't come up on the screen. Let me just, right, so from 1988, if you look at the period 1988 coming on forward, right, we have been able to earn substantial amounts from the levy. Those, when we went through the global recession and plants closed indiscriminately in Jamaica, bauxite earnings came to a halt. Our earnings collapsed. And since that time, the fact of the matter that the bauxite / aluminum, that's a levy that Jamaica's earned, okay? So it's painting the historical picture that it's a national challenge. But it's very important. I know you know, member, and I know that the member here knows. I don't know that everybody knows, and those listening know. So it is important to recognize that what Jamaica has faced is a collapse in the global recession, the collapse in the export of bauxite and alumina, and a collapse in the levy that went along with it. And what we have as a country been dealing with is recovering our position from a very weak start. And this agreement that was negotiated in October 2016 represented a catalytic effort to improve our earnings from bauxite. Now, wait.
Order, please. Order, please.
Okay, so what the arrangement allowed for, Mr. Speaker, one, the recovery of the jobs that were associated with the plan. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the recovery of the levy that would have been in dispute and the subject of the arbitration proceedings. So remember, that levy was owed by a bankrupt company, and a bankrupt company is one that has no money and an inability to pay. By resuscitating the Noranda facility, by virtue of this agreement, $12 million of levy that was owed has agreed to be paid by the new owners. And of that $12 million worth, $2 million has been paid, and the remaining $10 million is being paid over the next 36 months as a part of that agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to understand everything in the context, right? So, Mr. Speaker, the regime going forward with Noranda is a regime where they pay 17 1/3% of the earnings before interest of the combined operations, or a minimum of $1.50 plus a royalty of 50 cents. The early reports that have been seen by the officials at the ministry is that there will be no need to rely on the minimum. There will be the early reports, we have to have it properly properly audited and verified and checked and so forth. But the early report suggests that there will be no need to rely on the minimum, that the 17 1/3 of EBITDA will exceed the minimum amount. And I hope, member, that I'm trying to answer your question in context, and I hope that I have answered your question.
Order, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Phillips.
I would say that answer
Mr. Paul
is as clear as mud. And I think that was the intention. I need some specific answers. Minister, right. You mentioned, yes.
Mr. Paulwell is asking further questions, not debating.
Yes.
Proceed, Mr. Paulwell.
Yes. Just clarification, because the minister mentioned a figure of $12 million. That $12 million was the outcome of the arbitration. So, Minister, why are you making it appear as if this is new money? This is money from the arbitration, so it's money owed to the government. And it's a levy, it's a full levy that was accumulated. So that is one point, Mr. Speaker. One point, Mr. Speaker, is that $12 million is money that was due to the government of Jamaica for past bauxite levy earnings. At the rate of the full levy. That's what. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the minister mentioned 2016. Can the minister state whether or not the bauxite levy in 2016 would have amounted to $6 per ton, and in 2017 to $7.50 per ton, and 2018 $8 per ton?
Dr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the member, I believe, understands that an arbitration award against a legal entity becomes the liability of a legal entity. That legal entity went bankrupt, i.e. its ability to pay the award was null and void. But no, as you know, members, and you know very well, and those listening will know as well, the new purchasers purchase assets out of a bankruptcy court, and those assets, they purchase assets, and they purchase those assets free and clear. Those are facts. And as a part of the negotiation, and the negotiation could have fallen anyway. The negotiation could have been to forget about the past and go forward. Okay? The negotiation required the new owners of the asset to take on the liability of an entity to which it was not related. And that is just simple and easy to see. And to pretend otherwise is to try and pull wool over people's eyes. Okay? So, within all of that wool that you're spinning, you actually had something. Wait. He's asking a question. So, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Clark, please
Mr.
address
Speaker,
the speaker. Please address me.
Yes, you address you.
Not them. Across the floor.
Not them.
Please. Okay. Address me with your answers to Mr. Paulwell.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I find it's very. Oh, have mercy. So, the question the member, the question that the member asked was, what was the levy rate in particular years? As I said, the levy rate is calculated by you might have it. I'm telling you the formula. I don't have the precise figures in front of me. They don't sound unreasonable, but I don't have the figure in front of me. It is the alumina price on the London Metal Exchange divided by base price times $5. Yeah?
So, Minister, when the government settled on a price of $1.50, the real bauxite levy would have amounted to $6 United States per ton. That is 2016. 2017, when the agreement continued as $1.50 per ton, the bauxite levy had risen to $7.50. And today, when that same regime is in place of $1.50 per ton, the bauxite levy is $8 United States per ton. I just want you to confirm that, because that is a fact.
So, Mr. Speaker, the regime has, as per the agreement in October of 2016, the regime has changed. The regime before was one that relied on a levy based on a formula calculated in 1988. The regime today is the greater of a minimum amount of a levy payment, which is $1.50 per ton, and 17.33% of the combined earnings before interest and taxation, not only of the bauxite plant here in Jamaica, but of the refinery in Louisiana. It would be mistaken to not take what the member said in context. He's comparing apples and oranges, i.e., in the previous regime, when you only had a levy rate and you had calculated it as it was calculated in 1988, you would have numbers that are approximate to what he has said. I haven't calculated it, I don't have it in front of me, but I have access to it. Under the current regime, you have a fixed amount, which serves as a minimum, and you have a variable amount, which is at 17.33% of the total profits. And the advantage of that approach is that as the industry recovers and does well, the distinct possibility exists that the 17.33% of profits can be higher, can be higher than the fixed levy amount. And that was the spirit in which the agreement was entered into, aligning interests with that of the producer.
So Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, if the full levy was charged, today we would have accumulated $38.5 million US. As against what?
Have we collected so far under the EBITDA share?
Okay, you know what? I find it's very that you are the one leading these questions, given my understanding that if it wasn't for him, the previous government wouldn't have no earnings from bauxite, all right? So I could easily stand here and say that in 2015, okay, if you had collected the full amount of the levy, then the amount you have calculated from him, and him would have been 40 million or 50 million. But the fact is that those who were in charge at the time, i.e. you, in your wisdom, thought that that was not a practical thing to do. Okay? The persons who negotiated in this arrangement, having looked at all the factors, would have made the determination, as I pointed out, that having the possibility of upside participation in the profitability of the plant would have been superior to what was on offer.
All right, so we don't really know how much has been collected. Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware of the concept of most favored nation clause in these in our multilateral agreements and the implication for this? Are you?
So, Mr. Speaker, I just asked the member, he wants to make a speech, allow him to.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the arbitration ruled that in a situation like as Jamaica was, once you offer a benefit to one company, you had to extend that to all the other companies operating at that same level. So the government runs a risk that this $50 could be viewed to be applicable across the board. That is one point. The second point is, Mr. Speaker, the minister mentioned about Windalco, and you have put forward a formula without telling the country what is the amount that you now collect for bauxite levy from Windalco.
Mr. Speaker, the first point that the member mentioned is without merit, and historical precedence proves that. Absolutely. The chart that I put up earlier, which I hope can come up again, of the comparison of fiscal regimes in the bauxite alumina industry clearly shows that the government of Jamaica has at the same time had different arrangements with different producers of bauxite and alumina in Jamaica. So what the minister is talking about, with the greatest of respect, does not fit into historical precedent.
Mr. Speaker, there's a point of order, because the point of law that I was trying to make is that the most favored nation provision applies when you're in the same category of business. So if you are producing, if you are mining bauxite, as Noranda is, that is treated differently from if you are refining. That's a different category, right? So you could give a benefit to the refiners and not give it to the miners, but you can't give it to the miners and not to the refiners. And that is where the most favored nation principle is applicable.
Mr. Speaker, we note your point of view, and that's what it remains, your point of view, which is a convenient one when you are in opposition. When you are in opposition. We are fully aware of your representations when you were in government, the member, and what you advocated at the time. And it is very interesting to see the position you now adopt when you are on the other side. With respect to Windalco, Mr. Speaker, I can speak to what the requirement is and what they're legally obliged to do. As the charge, well, it doesn't go up to it stops at 2015, but Windalco would have had a waiver over an extended period of time to March 31st, 2018, and that waiver was not extended. For the mere fact that the waiver was not extended, it means that that Windalco is obligated to pay the production levy.
And the minister must therefore know, because you would be anticipating some additional revenues, that if you apply the full levy to Windalco, it would amount to $12 million US. Is that what you're anticipating this year?
The member, to be able to anticipate a dollar volume, we'd have to know the production, the amount that has been shipped. As a fact, you asked a question, and I've answered your question, that the production levy that was waived in all throughout the last several years, all throughout your administration and before, that waiver has not been extended.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is very important. This matter of the levy is crucial because it means that where we forego it, we are denying this country billions of dollars that can be used in education, road repairs, you name it. And the government is not being transparent in relation to this matter. The government is not being transparent in this matter.
Hold on, Mr. Speaker. It is obvious, it should be obvious to all that we cannot continue in this vein. Questions are to be asked, answered, given, and you sit down and go on to the next question. We have the ambassador for Cuba here. We have an important resolution on the table, including private members' motions and other matters, amendments to the transport bill and so on. We don't have time to sit down arguing and trying to satisfy a member who has had his facts all mixed up. We don't have time for that. That is, the member really needs to get another set of matters to discuss that are of greater relevance. He's trying to make something out of nothing. So, no, we can't. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking, because there's a limit. There is a limit. There is a limit to our endurance, if nothing else. And so, therefore, I implore you to ask the member to cease his questions, having heard the last that the member has to offer.
Dr. Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question of the waiver on the levy is the minister would be aware that this House, during the administration led by Prime Minister Golding, agreed by virtue of the global recession, which had a negative effect on the bauxite industry, that this House agreed with the government's proposals and with the support of the then opposition that the levy should be waived. And indeed, those agreements for waiver extended through the period of that administration, and in fact extended beyond, so that it would be in a sense disingenuous for us to make a division between political administrations as far as the waiver of the levy is concerned. And I say that, and my question is really, is the minister aware? I say that because one of the things on which this House has often found common cause is in relation to the bauxite and alumina industry. So that's my first question, in a sense. Secondly, is the minister aware also that the bauxite levy regime, which at various times has been waived, adjusted to take account of market conditions, but that the logic behind that regime, the formula, was to secure some predictability as to Jamaica's earnings of this depleting resource, and also to ensure transparency in the calculation by reference to the world market price. And in a sense, the point, and would the minister agree, that the point is highlighted by the fact that
using the calculation of the levy, the shadow minister is able to identify with that formula what our earnings under the levy would be. But you are unable, the government is unable to tell us what our earnings would be with the new formula. And in part that is hampered because your only ability to know where the company is assigning its profits and its losses depends on the quality of its auditors, which is not the government of Jamaica. Would the minister agree?
Speaker, I appreciate your comment and your question. And the spirit in which this topic ought to be discussed is a sober one, because this is a national asset. This is not a GLP asset or a PNP asset. So it is only when the questions are poised to try and make it a political thing, that is when. That's right. But the way in which you have phrased it, I appreciate. And let me respond. I should have mentioned earlier that the payment that New Day made with the Innovation Agreement was a payment that included a certain amount, $2 million of the levy that they have agreed to pay, and $5 million relating to profit share from the previous year. Okay, so no, we haven't had any profit share, but that doesn't mean it's the total figure. There is reason for legitimate debate about whether having a fixed amount that comes off of. Let us start from where we agree. We agree that bauxite is a resource that has a finite life, and it's a resource that belongs to the people of Jamaica. So while bauxite has life, the people of Jamaica need to earn from it. And I believe both sides are united in that view. Jamaica has struggled over a long period of time to have its earnings from bauxite reflect anything close to what it used to reflect in the early days. There were times in the, let's say, mid-70s and early 80s when the earnings from bauxite to the government of Jamaica would have been over $100 million a year, 120, 130 million US dollars a year. Going into, as the chart I showed from 1988, and in the 88, 1990s, it went down to in the 50s and 40s, and in 1 or 2 years, 60, right? A substantial reduce from what it was in a prior period. And then in the global crisis, as you rightly point out, when we had agreement that, look, there's nothing else that we could do, we had to do the waivers and so forth as a country, they plummeted even further. And since then, we are kind of struggling to say, well, what is the best way for us to get some earnings out of this sector? It is a point of legitimate discussion, I absolutely agree and acknowledge, as to whether one ought to get a fixed amount before any profit is calculated, or one ought to get a share of the profit. And there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of the dollar per ton is that it's transparent. You know it in advance. There's little room for argument. Once you measure it, that's the amount that is owed. The disadvantage is that you don't necessarily share in the upside. The advantage of the percentage of profit is that it creates a greater incentive to the producer, especially in times that are challenged and in times where there's little activity going on, that the government is not going to earn at the expense. Sorry, we don't have what you call asymmetry, where the government can be doing well and the producer is doing terribly because it's a fixed price without regard to expenses. And therefore, taking a share of profit acts as an incentive to produce, an incentive to accelerate investment and further production. And it also has the advantage of allowing the country to participate in any upside that might exist. So if the sector does particularly well and profits, rise and do well, then Jamaica stands the chance of earning more than it otherwise would. The disadvantage of it is what the member pointed out. The disadvantage is that it is not as transparent as the dollar levy, because it depends on the calculation of profit, and the calculation of profit is something that an auditor has to establish. And you can have disputes as to what expenses ought to be included and what expenses ought not to be included. You can have disputes about whether or not these expenses are the legitimate expenses of this business or they belong in another business. So that is indeed a disadvantage of that approach. But what we would want the House to be informed is that the team that sat across the table was a multifaceted team consisting of persons from at least 2 ministries or 3 and technocrats in the area who have been in this area for a long time, both on the side of the Ministry of Finance and Taxation and so forth, on the side of the Ministry of Mining, and in the context that Jamaica found itself, where prices were at $1,600, which was a low. It was a 5-year low. And 2, that production had stalled in many other, or rather the recovery, the pre-08 recovery had not yet occurred, that this represented an attractive approach, all things considered, including the certainty of capturing the $12 million that was the subject of an arbitration award that was now owed by a bankrupt company. So the context is important, but I do agree that there are advantages and disadvantages to the various approaches. And in the moment, those who are transacting on behalf of Jamaica, acting in the best interest of the country, I believe do their best to get the best job for Jamaica. And I believe that is what happened with the letter of intent that was signed in October of 2016. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you. As I said, having said all that you have said, are we to assume that that you as minister would be prepared to keep this issue under review as to the best formula to be used to ensure that Jamaica gets a maximal return for this depleting asset?
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, this is a national asset, and is not an asset that I believe we should be divided on at all. I believe that is an asset that we should approach with a unified approach. They can't, these producers can't pick off government from opposition at any point in time, in this time or in any time to come. And as such, yes, I believe that this ought to be something under continuous review. Under the current agreement with New Day, the agreement that says that the approach can be reviewed in 3 years.
No, I have one more question. I know your impatience, which is quite unlike you, because usually you have been patient.
Dr. Phillips.
Oh, it's his anniversary.
Dr. Phillips, please address the Speaker. You see that the Speaker is trying to tell you.
Mr. Speaker, no, I know you're not trying to muzzle me, Mr.
It is that you're running out of time.
Your patience is even more legendary than you.
No. I am very patient, but you for questions.
But there is a question, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned the cockpit country and the boundaries being redefined. is the minister aware that the policy of successive governments of Jamaica has been to maximize the extent of the processing of bauxite, Jamaican bauxite, in Jamaica into alumina? And that has been settled policy in order to give greater benefit. Hello, go sit down beside him, because you are either diverting him or confusing him. Or both. So, is the minister aware that that has been so? Is the minister further aware? Is the minister further aware that based upon the reports of the reserves assigned to New Day and the fact that it has increased New Day's reserves, is there any plan that the minister is aware of New Day to engage in the processing of alumina in Jamaica by way of constructing an alumina refinery? And if the answer to that is no, if you know of no plan by New Day, wouldn't it be a retrograde step to in fact give New Day more resources simply to dig out Jamaican bauxite and export it to Gramercy without processing in Jamaica? Isn't that a step backwards, Minister?
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Clark,
you are talking
address
to
me.
I don't wait on them.
Address me, not across the floor, please.
Okay, sir. Yes, very. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the pertinent questions. The boundaries of the cockpit country were demarcated and New Day given a license to mine bauxite. My understanding of the agreement, which I have perused, is that New Day, there's a limit to what New Day can mine per annum, or certainly ship per annum, under the terms of the agreement. So it's not as if the territory assigned to them, they can, it is limited to a certain amount per annum. Right. Per annum. Now, I don't know of, and it wouldn't be in my direct portfolio. I'm dealing with the levy and the income. I'm not in discussions on a usual basis outside of that. So I am not aware of their intricate plans or whether or not they plan to put an alumina refinery in Jamaica. I wouldn't think, with the progress that we're making in the macro stability and bringing energy costs down, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't know of any such plans. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, had you been here for the last 10 years, you would be assured that whether on this side or on that side, I perhaps could be described as a skeptic of the bauxite alumina industry. And that is because I have inherited a constituency where I'm only seeing the liabilities left. And I understand what happens when the mining is finished and you leave only the toxic waste disposal site, which we don't even know for how many decades that is going to be there as a threat to the health and to the groundwater and to everything else. We see the unreclaimed pits, which, just, I mean, when you look at the otherwise, what would have been a pristine landscape in Manchester, the Minister of Health would know, he grew up there. But now it's scarred by waste disposal facilities, by unreclaimed mines, etc. I represent them, you just don't know. But it was mostly John Jr. though. And even though it is a depleting resource, it does mean it's a resource we need to hurry up and deplete if the conditions are not suitable for us. And, when you balance, and I've made this at least half a dozen times, I've made this point. When you look to my own government, when you look, for example, as bauxite companies are mining and shipping, whether bauxite or alumina, they're earning the revenue, but they're not putting a corresponding amount in an escrow account for this reclamation and for this environmental risks and damage. And I have really pointed out that what we're doing is creating an unsecured liability that these companies have to not just us, but to our children and grandchildren. We have seen companies have gone bankrupt and have 12 years in arrears in terms of reclamation of land. So, I have seen how many hundreds, if not thousands of farmers in my constituency alone who have to leave farming because when the land is eventually reclaimed, the 6 inches of topsoil is insufficient to really get much agriculture going. Sorry? Should have been done long ago. This is the first thing the MP for Central, Clarendon, and myself have agreed on. It should have been done long ago. But we keep saying that year after year, at each opportunity and at each junction when we're reviewing or renegotiating. We don't do it. And I want to ask you, Minister, a request I've made before. Can we do a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of the industry? Because when I looked at the two charts, or the chart and the table that you demonstrated, we'll see that even up to 2007, 2008, you could say there was a reasonable amount of earnings. It wasn't the peak days, but it was still between the royalty and the levy, somewhere around 75, 80 million. Well, when you added the two of them, and it fluctuated from year to year, but let's say 50 to 80 million in that range for both. I was just sort of eyeballing the table. But now it's down in the 10, 20 sort of million range. And can we now get some analysis to say, set that off against these unsecured liabilities that are created, the environmental damage that we're creating, the future opportunity to sell this finite resource, maybe when conditions are better, and maybe when the plants that we're operating are not those that are very marginal in terms of productivity and fall into the last quartile of plants worldwide in terms of their energy efficiency and their consumption of caustic soda and all that. And really balance all these risks, the opportunity lost to agriculture, member from St. Thomas's. All these things I think we need to weigh in the balance, not just rush ahead on an assumption that may have been true 10 years ago or 20 or 30 years ago. But now I think given the fragility of our environment and the appreciation that we now have of the value, the real economic value of our environment going forward, would you be willing to commit in the short to medium term to engage such a cost-benefit analysis? That's question one. And the second question has to do with the negotiators must have been guided by a financial model, because they would have had no idea what the 17% would likely have been if they hadn't developed a financial model of what they would be sharing in. And I think you said it was both the income from the local plant and from the overseas plant. So they must have created a model of that. Can you tell us at what price or what price production combination does it become more favorable to go to this profit sharing agreement, albeit with a floor at $1.50, versus the conventional bauxite levy, which we've been hearing would have been somewhere in the region of $5 to $8 during this period of time?
Dr. Clark, before you proceed, I don't want to have a problem with Mr. Bunting. I would like us to follow the procedure as we have been doing. Standing order clearly, and Mr. Bunting is a man who is well aware of his standing order. The member shall not address the House upon any question that made a pretext for a debate. Mr. Bunting, you have not been asking questions, you've been debating, and at the end of your debate, you ask a question.
I was laying the foundation for the question.
I don't want to have any problem with you. Listen to me carefully. I'm going to ask Dr. Clark, answer the question to me. We are not having a debate. We are asking questions which the standing order perfectly set out for you. Shall not solicit expression of opinion or solution to questions asked by others. Dr. Clark, you may address the Speaker on the questions relevant to what was on the paper and not on any new subject. Go ahead, Dr. Clark. And after that, Mr. Stewart will ask a question.
Mr. Speaker, even though the member's question was quite multi-sectoral and goes way beyond my little portfolio, in good spirit, I'll do my best, but, in full recognition that is way outside of my area. In terms of the cost-benefit analysis, what I would say to you, member, is that, there's a proverb I remember from my youth: make hay while the sun shines. And I don't know, and that's a subject for another conversation, whether we made sufficient hay while the sun was shining. Because the fact of the matter is that we are still dependent on the bauxite alumina industry as a major pillar in our economy. It is a major source of foreign exchange earnings, it is a major source of employment, and it's a major source of income. So let me give an example. Member. In the first quarter of this financial year, the economy grew by the highest rate in 10 years. For the first quarter, meaning the highest first quarter rate. And that was on the back, allow me now, of a 32% growth in the bauxite alumina industry. So I say that to say, and this quarter is likely to be higher, I say that to say that the structure of our economy is such that bauxite and alumina is hugely important. And therefore, the degrees of freedom that you would want us to have to say, if the conditions aren't right, let us wait and just hold off and wait for another day, that would come at considerable expense to contemporary priorities. The fact is, it is still very important. So even the Noranda that we're speaking about, back in 2016 and 2017, when Alpart was just getting back and not really revving, if you want to use that term, a substantial portion of what we earned from that sector came from Noranda and came from bauxite, which is, yes, taking a resource out of the country and not processing it. But our ability to say, boy, let us hold off on that and pursue something else, is really limited in the circumstances in which we find ourselves. It is still today a critical earner of foreign exchange, of employment. And so I don't know that we have the luxury to take what I describe as an idealistic approach, which I understand. Yeah? With respect to financial model and so forth, I mean, it should be obvious by now that, I mean, I wasn't there in October 2016, okay? Nor was I minister in October 2016. But I think that my belief is, my certain belief is that yes, they would have had estimates of where break even is and where you move over break even. And you know, you can kind of calculate it. If it's $5 or $6 and it's 4 million tons, then you want to make sure that 17 1/3%, you know, you can calculate imputed profit that the entity would have to make. And the profit I would have to make, if the, you know, given the history of that entity, is not beyond those numbers. You know, not beyond those numbers to make on the refining amount. Huh? No, so
you don't know what the specific crossover point would be.
I say I can. You can calculate it today if you just assume certain assumptions, right? It's just the.
No, I can't. I can only calculate what would have come from the traditional bauxite levy, but I can't calculate what the 17% profit share yield will be because I don't understand the cost structure of that company.
The theoretical break even you can calculate. If you assume that the levy by the formula is $6 and the amount of bauxite produced is 4 million, then you'd have to have that multiple divided by 17 1/3% is what the company combined would have to make. And I'm saying when I do that number, it is not out of line with what bauxite companies of this kind make, or alumina companies of this kind make. But I am saying to you that it's a simple calculation I believe would have been done.
Yeah. Just on those same two questions, Mr. Speaker. The first one, Minister, I wasn't saying do the calculation, and if it says it's not in our favor, shut down the industry tomorrow. But all I'm saying is we should have a reference point. Each time we come to our negotiations, we have a reference point where we've done a calculation as to what the environmental impact is, what the agricultural impact, and so forth. And as we're negotiating, we have that knowledge to inform our negotiations. And it may say at some point, you know, it doesn't make sense to go below this because we're giving up too much.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I couldn't disagree with a holistic approach that says we're going to take the financial and economic considerations into place, we're going to take the engineering and the technical and the geotechnical considerations, and we're going to take the environmental considerations into place. Such a holistic approach to negotiation is not something I could ever be opposed to. Unfortunately, I believe that historically, and I believe that the members here can probably attest to it. Unfortunately, I think what has happened is that many times that we've been negotiating under pressure. So think about the last time. We were in, you know, the EFF, right? Here are these guys now saying they're not going to pay. You have to take them to court. You have to take them to arbitration. We have been, the country under various administrations has always found itself under pressure at precisely the time that these negotiations are taking place. But I cannot, and I could not, disagree with the holistic approach that you are putting forward.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Honourable Minister of Finance, Minister Clark. Yes. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Minister, Minister Clark, the constituency of South Manchester has been hardest hit as it relates to bauxite mining. What is the Ministry of Finance putting in place to alleviate the suffering of the farmers who have been so impacted and the citizens? Speaking to you and also to the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect for the member, I would humbly submit that the question is outside of the scope of both my portfolio and of the discussion.
Mr. Speaker, one quick question, if I may. Mr. Speaker, we have got ourselves, in this instance, in this deal with New Day,
Let's have some order, please. Yeah,
into an arrangement where we're largely depending on the EBITDA performance of a plant that is in Louisiana, that is buying raw bauxite from us, processing into alumina there. The vagaries involved in how they do their business and their calculations and the capacity for shifting costs and revenues around and so on, those are notorious issues. We hope that the agreement has been extremely diligently drafted and that the monitoring and evaluation of their performance will be equally diligently done so that we don't lose $1 that we are entitled to from that process. But I'm skeptical personally about it because I know the capacity for those types of arrangements to disappoint. My question for the Minister is, what is the duration of this agreement with New Day? You have said, I think, that in 3 more years, was it, that there would be some potential recasting of, I wasn't sure what you were referring to that could be recast at that stage, but what is the duration of the agreement as a whole with New Day? If you could answer that, I'd be grateful.
Dr. Clark.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The agreement with New Day is for 25 years, and that has been disclosed before, I believe, and the regime comes under review in 3 years, or it actually might be in every 3 years.
Meaning that the 17 2/3 share of EBITDA, which governs now, which hasn't yet been yielding anything, but we hope it will, other than the minimum, $1.50 per ton. It has? Okay. Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Speaker, the profit share has yielded income to the government of Jamaica. In fact, when an innovation agreement was signed, you remember I told you there was a $7 million payment that was paid to the government. $2 million of the $7 million referred to the liability that New Day agreed to take on, and of 12 in total, 2 paid on signing of the innovation, and the remaining 5 was related to the profit share over a previous period.
So my question is, how wide-ranging does the contract contemplate the review to be? Can you move away from an EBITDA sharing basis to something more objective, or are we locked into some kind of profit or cash flow sharing arrangement for this particular asset?
All right. The review essentially allows the parties to put in place an alternative regime to calculating what the government of Jamaica would take. And remember that the levy regime, a bauxite company has a choice between, as I understand it, the levy regime or income tax. So they can always choose to go income tax if they want, right? So what the review says is that in 3 years, this procedure of calculation can be changed. The parties can enter into negotiation to change it. And it could stay at 17 1/3, it could go to 18 1/3, it could go to 16 1/3, or the profit share could go away altogether. And with respect to the previous comment or question that you mentioned, remember that we're moving towards an environment of much greater transparency as far as multinational finances are concerned. Under the regime that we're entering into globally, large multinationals will have to file country-by-country reports that the authorities in any country in which they have operations will have access to all of that data. So the ability, as long as you have the technical capacity in your sort of tax administration department, the opportunity for mischievousness is not as great as it would have been a decade ago, 2 or 3 decades ago.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiry of 21 days, I will move the following questions in my name to the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Local Government and Community Development.
Mr. Speaker.
Motions.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Standing Orders 17.6, I am seeking your consent and that of the member for Kingston Central to reply to his question today, a week earlier than it has been put down on the order of business. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your consent. I got his consent before he left earlier. He wasn't feeling well, so he has asked me to just table, and then he'll pick up next time around. The member from Central Kingston. No. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your consent to table the answers to questions in my name. That would be question 27 on the...
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. Motions. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions leave to introduce bills. Presentations of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. Mrs. Ford.
New case. Mr. Speaker, last month, when the Mr. Speaker, I beg to give... Yes. Let me start again. Not at all. Mr. Speaker, I move for suspension of the standing order.
Order, please. The member is asking for the suspension of the standing order. Go ahead, madam.
Your advice is not good advice. No, never fell. Just took the body blow.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you,
Madam,
Mr.
you may
Speaker.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, last month, when the Prime Minister addressed the General Assembly of the United Nations, among the many matters he included in his address was the importance of lifting the blockade against Cuba. And any of us who has had the opportunity to travel to Cuba would agree that it is a beautiful nation, beautiful people, but that there is something that needs to happen. Mr. Speaker, the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the government of the United States of America against Cuba for almost 6 decades continue to be the main obstacle to the economic and social development of Cuba. And the something that needs to happen is the lifting of the blockade. The Cubans would say, Mr. Speaker, el bloqueo sigue siendo el principal obstáculo para el desarrollo económico y social de Cuba. A view that is held by the Cubans and shared by many others is that the blockade is the most unfair, severe, and extended system of unilateral sanctions ever applied against any country. the National Security Presidential Memorandum on Strengthening the Policy of the United States towards Cuba, signed by President Donald Trump on June 16, 2017, has imposed a serious setback to the bilateral relations between the governments of the United States of America and Cuba. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the memorandum has renewed the tightening of the blockade. It resulted in the Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and State issuing new regulations and provisions in November 2017. The measures have further restricted the travel of U.S. citizens to Cuba. They have imposed additional obstacles on the limited opportunities of Cuban businesses by setting up a list of 179 Cuban entities with which U.S. entities are prohibited from carrying out business. The new sanctions against Cuba have caused a notable decrease in visits from the U.S., and they have generated greater obstacles, economic and commercial, on Cuban companies with potential U.S. and third-party partners. The measures, Mr. Speaker, not only affect the Cuban state public sector economy, but also the country's private sector. The strengthening of the extraterritorial application of the blockade has been another distinctive manifestation of the tightening of this policy, with marked effects on Cuba's international, financial, and loan activities. For the Cubans, the persecution of their people and the persecution of financial transactions, bank and loan operations, has intensified on a world scale. The economic, commercial, and financial blockade constitutes the principal obstacle for the development of all the potentials of the Cuban economy. This blockade continues to hinder the implementation of the country's National Plan for Economic and Social Development, as well as the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals. The blockade is seen as a principal hurdle for the development of Cuba's economic, commercial, and financial relations with the U.S. and the rest of the world. The accumulated damage resulting from the blockade's application for almost 6 decades is estimated in the region of over $934 billion, and that takes into account the depreciation of the dollar as compared to the price of gold on the international market. At today's prices, the Cubans will tell you that the blockade has caused damages in the region of just under $134 billion. Mr. Speaker, the Cubans believe that this policy of economic aggression, along with the promotion of internal subversion, provides ample support to the aim of the U.S. government to destroy the economic, political, and social system that has been freely chosen by the Cuban people. The Cuban government also believes that the blockade constitutes a massive, blatant, and systematic violation of the human rights of all the Cuban people and qualifies as an act of genocide according to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide of 1948. They strongly believe that the blockade violates the United Nations Charter, a view shared by others, and that it violates international law, and it constitutes an obstacle for international cooperation. And so, Mr. Speaker, we in this Honourable House call upon the United States to comply with the 26 resolutions adopted by the international community within the framework of the United Nations General Assembly, and to put an unconditional end to its policy of blockade. Mr. Speaker, el bloqueo viola el derecho internacional. Es contrario a los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. And that is simply saying, Mr. Speaker, that the blockade violates international law. It is contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Constituye una transgresión al derecho de la paz, al desarrollo y a la libre determinación de los Estados soberanos. It constitutes an aggression on the right to peace, development, and the free determination of sovereign states. In essence, and by its objectives, it is an act of unilateral aggression, and it is viewed as a permanent threat to the stability of a country. To put in another language, en su esencia y por sus objetivos, es un acto de agresión unilateral, una amenaza permanente para la estabilidad de un país. The government of the United States must totally eliminate the blockade on Cuba, unilaterally and unconditionally. Mr. Speaker, Cuba and its people trust and depend on the continued support of the international community in their legitimate claim to put an end to the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the government of the United States of America. Cuba y su gente confían en el continuo apoyo de la comunidad internacional en su legítimo reclamo de poner fin al bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesta por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América. This blockade, Mr. Speaker, should be lifted, and I call on this Honourable House to make their voices known. May it please you.
Dr. Phillips.
We run a democracy over here. Yeah? We run a democracy over here. We run a democracy. Mr. Speaker, I think over the past 9 years, one of the more striking and I think salutary features of this House and the agenda of affairs carried in this House is that we are all able to unite in support of the position that there should be an end to the blockade that is illegally imposed on the people of Cuba. And it is good that today, before the representative of the Cuban government, who is here and who we welcome, that we are able to demonstrate that we in this Parliament can stand united in solidarity with the people of Cuba. The Cuban issue and the on this parliamentary agenda has been a regular feature. And there are some who might say that it is now a routine matter for us to deliberate on and to show support for. But my participation in this debate on this occasion is to indicate that this year we can no longer consider it simply as a formal aspect of our deliberations in this House to show our opposition to the blockade that is imposed against Cuba and its trade. Because now, this year, the context is different. And what we are seeing is not simply the overhang of a policy which has become obsolete and outmoded after almost 60 years. What we are seeing is a changed disposition, which, as has been said by the Honourable Attorney General, is reflecting a reversal of the trends in the politics of the hemisphere and indeed globally to a point where the blockade is a harbinger, is an expression of a deepening threat to global international relations and to the stability of the Caribbean region. During the previous administration in the United States, we witnessed a change of attitude on the part of the United States government toward Cuba. And in fact, in what was a historic first for over the past 60 years, we saw President of the United States visit Cuba, and we saw the reestablishment of diplomatic relations between the United States and Cuba. And I think Barack Obama's name will go down in history for his courage and his initiative in that regard. But what a difference an election can make. It doesn't always have to be negative, but I understand where you stand. Well, you know, he dwells, you never know where he dwells. But quite seriously, what we are seeing now is an reversal and an intensification of all the negative tendencies toward Cuba that have been manifest in the past. And in that sense, the Cuban people are being singled out for punishment in a way that is unjust. It's not because they are communists, because United States enjoys open trading relations with communist countries like Vietnam, like the People's Republic of China. But it is a consequence of considerations other than ideological considerations that cause the Cuban people to be treated in this particular way. But even more, what we are seeing now, which causes us to want to speak out with greater intensity at this time, is that not only is the Cuban embargo standing as an aberration, so to speak, in the open global trading system, but we are seeing an effort to extend this threat into the global trading system as a whole, with unilateral embargoes being placed and sanctions being placed on other countries and companies, and which threats and impositions imperil the development capacity of small countries in the global trading system. We mustn't think of these things as being abstract developments taking place somewhere. They have a direct consequence on us. In the same way that Jamaican companies have been able to go into Haiti, for example, and trade and invest in the agricultural sector, for example. In the same way, a thriving, growing Cuban economy would be of benefit to Jamaican companies and Jamaican interests and to the Caribbean as a whole. And so the imposition of this trade blockade on Cuba is in a way a threat to our right to development here in Jamaica and in the rest of the Caribbean. Sanctions imposed unilaterally on companies. We just spent a long time discussing bauxite and alumina. But sanctions imposed on Russian companies having nothing to do with what is happening here threaten the livelihood of Jamaican workers in St. Catherine and the plant at Yorton. And the point is that we in the small countries have an interest in the maintenance and sustainability of an open, liberal, global trading system. We have no great armies. We can't threaten anybody. We have to depend on the rule of international law. And this blockade is contrary to international law. And if for that reason alone we should object. Hear, hear. But we also object because, quite frankly, Cuba is our Caribbean neighbor, and the Cuban people are our friends, and the Cuban government has never done anything to offend us. And we believe, as they do, in the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of countries. Let everybody trade, and let over time, let the world as a whole grow, and goodwill and progress blossom in all countries and affect and benefit all peoples. I believe that this year, because of the generalized threat that this blockade represents, there is an opportunity for Jamaica to do more than simply express its opposition in this parliament. Because we have an opportunity. Jamaica is chairing CARICOM, and the Prime Minister, as the representative of Jamaica, is the chair of CARICOM, and also the chairman of the Subcommittee on International Trade. And I think what we should be urging in this House is that Jamaica should take a lead, not just to pass this resolution in the House, but to raise our voices more directly and emphatically in the international system, beginning in CARICOM, to speak out against this blockade, because in the face of the dislocations of the international system, small countries have only one hope: to stand together and to let our voices be heard on the side of law and justice in this matter. And I think that I would urge the Prime Minister to make this resolution that will be passed, I expect, unanimously by all the members of this House, to be his mandate to raise this issue of the blockade and make it a CARICOM issue and make it an issue of continued effort in the Caribbean, because a reversal of the trend that has been in place over the past 4 years or so, the trend towards more harmonious regional relations, the supplanting of that trend of reconciliation with new doctrines of unilateralism and interventionism would be a setback for the entire Caribbean, and we should not permit it. And even if we can't stop it, we should never accommodate it. And so, Mr. Speaker, we on this side support this resolution, and indeed, we will never stop fighting and expressing our views for a Caribbean of peace, a Caribbean of harmony, and a Caribbean with open trade for all countries. I thank you.
Dr. Tofton.
Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues on both sides in supporting the resolution. Can I? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as was said earlier, the UN General Assembly on November 1st, 2017 adopted its annual resolution calling for an end to the US-led economic, commercial, and financial embargo on Cuba, expressing near universal concern over the President's announced intention to tighten the blockade, which in fact is a reversal, Mr. Speaker, from the previous administration's efforts, as expressed by the member to my opposite, who spoke just prior to me. Previous administration's efforts to normalize relations. Mr. Speaker, the first point I'd like to make to reinforce how confident we are in the resolution and the position that we have taken, indeed successive administrations have taken, is the fact that of the 193 member states participating in those debates, 191 voted in favor, with only 2 countries, of course the US and Israel, voting against. And indeed, not only abstaining as they did on previous occasions, but in this instance, voting in support of or against the lifting of the embargo. So the point I'd make, Mr. Speaker, just to support our position that we're taking here, is that 91 countries can't be wrong and only 2 right. I mean, there's a global position that, to our mind, Mr. Speaker, leaves no margin of error. And therefore, I believe our concern is quite valid, and our joint position of support is the right thing, morally, politically, and on humanitarian grounds. Mr. Speaker, I speak from the perspective of public health. And I think it's important to note on this occasion that 2 points. Firstly, the embargo, which has had significant negative impact on the people of Cuba, has had and potentially continues to have significant consequences on public health grounds, which is a very big humanitarian issue, which as a people, as a country, as a world, we all should be very concerned about. And this has been a consistent concern, Mr. Speaker. I quote from the then Director General of the WHO, Dr. Margaret Chan, when she addressed a congregation at the Pedro Curie Institute of Tropical Medicine in Havana back in October 26, 2009, where she said, in the best situation, international collaboration during a public health emergency should be unimpaired by any political barriers. Mr. Speaker, there was also a recognition that in terms of universal access to health, despite the resilience, the creativity, the efforts of the Cuban government and by extension the Cuban people, the embargo was an example of how health can suffer, public health that is, from policies made, Mr. Speaker, that impacts the general well-being and access of any particular state, and of course in this state, the Cuban government and the Cuban people. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt, and in recognizing the need for change, I also believe this House should celebrate the example of resilience and survival that the Cuban people, led by their respective leaders, and in a sense, it's in a strange way, it's almost a positive component of the narrative around the negative consequences of this embargo, because the government has been quite clear that despite this adverse situation, indeed this unfair situation, they have provided the leadership, and in our own Jamaican vernacular, one could say they have literally made blood out of stone. And indeed, beyond that, they have advanced significantly in the case of public health, the ability and the capacity to provide, not just for themselves, but frankly speaking, for the rest of the world. You know, it can be said it is out of adversity that you get some of your best inventions and creations. And indeed, from a public health perspective, which is where I'm confining my discussion, I believe the example and the achievements of the Cuban government and people must be celebrated and seen as a global example of what can happen if you have the will and the determination. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, we, in supporting the lifting of this embargo, also must celebrate the relationship. And both members actually, spoke to the support for an open economy, for the friendship that existed for some time. And, you know, we have to recognize on this occasion and celebrate the contribution of the Cuban people to Jamaica's own health initiatives. Since 1972, Mr. Speaker, in terms of technical cooperation agreement, Jamaica has maintained a robust and mutually beneficial relationship with the government and people of Cuba. From the onset, relations were based on a principled position of mutual respect for national sovereignty and cooperation in areas, of course, such as health, but also in areas such as education and agriculture. In the area of health, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica continues to benefit from the services of the Cuban doctors and nurses contracted under the technical cooperation agreement between the Ministry of Health and of the Republic of Cuba and the Ministry of Health of Jamaica. Indeed, we currently have just over 300 such healthcare professionals in Jamaica today, and without them, so, you know, again, it's an example that despite the challenges, the Cuban people have risen to the occasion. and they have not been insular in their approach. It wasn't just about survival. It was about the principle of their own commitment to mankind, to humankind, where they have exported their talents to help others like ourselves, even with the challenges that they face. And that is quite commendable, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, today I had the opportunity, just coincidentally, coinciding with what we're discussing here in this House, to visit with Madam Ambassador the eye care program at the National Chest Hospital, where there are just under 20, I think 18 or 19 healthcare professionals providing significant support to the Jamaican population in terms of eye care. And without them, again, without that support, without that unit, we would be a lot further behind in terms of offering service. And again, it's an indication of the spirit of cooperation and support. In terms of training, Mr. Speaker, Cuba has also provided training for close to 600 Jamaican doctors in various facets of medicine and supplied a host of professionals, primarily, of course, doctors and nurses, but also generally in the public health space. And this has been happening since the 1970s, Mr. Speaker. The bilateral agreement of cooperation for the establishment of a center of excellence was signed between Jamaica and Cuba in 2009. And this center of excellence serves as an ophthalmology center for treating Jamaicans and other Caribbean nationals, not just Jamaicans. Mr. Speaker, indeed, on my various trips to Cuba, I've had the opportunity to visit, not in agriculture when I was Minister of Agriculture, but also medical facilities. And Cubans have become so resilient and so creative in finding a path to preserve their population that they have invented effectively, I believe, 13 out of 16 vaccines to treat with disease resilience within their population. 13 out of 16 that they administer. And that, again, is worthy of celebration. I make the point, Mr. Speaker, to say that, in a sense, the lifting of the embargo is more than just doing justice or correcting a wrong that has been imposed on the Cuban people. In a sense, as 191 of 193 countries have said in their votes, the lifting of the embargo will allow Cuba's participation and its contribution to the world beyond what it is currently doing, because it is clear that the experience has created, in one sense, more talent and capacity than perhaps would have normally been the case. And that is something that we need to celebrate and should be a motivation to be strident in our call for the lifting of that embargo. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues in saying, again, that we need to move on this, and we hope that beyond the 191 countries, the rest of the world will also see the importance of making this move. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is normally customary for the person with portfolio responsibility for foreign affairs and foreign trade to speak on a matter such as this one, and I would not fail in my duty today. However, I'd like to be a little less diplomatic in my words on this particular issue, and more so speak from my heart as a friend of the Cuban people and as someone who has enjoyed sincere kindness, solidarity, not only to me personally, but to extended members of my family, including my son. And this afternoon, it gives me great pride to stand here because as a member of this side that has perennially, consistently, and stridently stood for the removal of the blockade, I do so again today. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that has always amazed me about the Cuban people is their kindness. I have never seen a kinder country in the face of significant adversity. When Michael Manley established diplomatic relations with Cuba in 1972, with countries like Barbados and Guyana, Trinidad, Guyana, we were the first to do it, but we led from the front. And at that time, it was really detrimental for a country like ours, a small country with a fledgling economy, at the time of the heights of the Cold War, to show our solidarity with Cuba. But we never flinched. We never did so in things like apartheid. So we've always took a very principled position on standing with countries that we feel are vulnerable, but at the same time that have been bludgeoned by others who seek to put power and might over physical size. And I'd put it as large as that. But what has happened is that certainly for us, we have been significant beneficiaries, both in terms of scholarship. Many of our doctors who practice in Jamaica today, hundreds of doctors around the world have benefited from Cuban scholarships. Personally, I've had friends who have suffered from cancer, glaucoma. I've had friends who have been physically maimed from gunshot wounds. And the Cubans have received them with open arms and given them care, hospitality, friendship, and has nursed them back significantly to health. In many respects, the Cuban health system in the Western Hemisphere is a template for most countries to follow. And so, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that this blockade needs to be removed now. It is really incomprehensible that after 56 years, it actually still exists. I sometimes ask myself, at what point in this part of our socio-political culture globally can Cuba have any kind of security threat to the United States? They have actually traded with countries like Vietnam, as our party president has said, and China. What is it about Cuba? North Korea. What is it really about Cuba that a country so far, so close to their doorstep is saying, we are not going to allow anybody to trade with you? It's almost a suffocation to their economy, to their purpose, and that is why the revolution in Cuba has been so important to so many people around the world. Yes. Because the revolution for the Cubans continues to propel them not only to survive but to prevail. Mr. Speaker, sometimes they say you have to hear it from the mouth of children. And my son had the unique opportunity to spend a significant amount of time in Cuba recently, traveling the country and learning. And when he came back, he said something very specific to me. And one of the things that struck him was not only working in agriculture. Alex said to me, he never picked so much avocado and lemon in his life. But he said one of the things that struck him is that he went into a community, an arbitrary community in the country. And when he was volunteering, the person said to him, they're going to look at children with Down syndrome. And when he went in, he met a number of children. And what they were being taught was mind-blowing. It was awesome. They were doing photography. They were doing art. They were doing engineering in creating and making things with their hands. These children couldn't speak. They could not articulate any kind of worldview or put two sentences together. And when he had said, "Is this the only one that exists in Cuba?" the person said to him, "No. We have hundreds of these institutes across Cuba." When I travel to Cuba and when I speak to the Cubans, it is very clear that their cultural policy and training in art, literature, music, engineering, health are at the forefront of their agenda. Why? They want to make sure that their people understand, and the world understands, that no blockade, no embargo, no Western indoctrination about who they are will keep them down. And for that, they must be saluted. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the most painful thing I believe since President Trump reversed the policy of President Barack Obama has been this stringent stranglehold of strengthening the embargo on the Cuban people. And in the most recent UN report looking at the necessity to remove the embargo, a couple of things jumped out at me. One was the litany of reversals of commitments from other countries and banks to the Cuban people. I think the one that hurt the most was when on May 2017, a particular bank based in a particular country rejected a payment by Cuba for its membership of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific group of states based in Brussels. The management of the bank justified its refusal by referring to the fact that Cuba is a country under sanctions imposed by the OFAC. And there are a litany of reversals. Even right here in Jamaica, if a U.S. trading company understands that there's a Cuban national or a citizen trying to do business with them, they don't do business. And sometimes that can even include food. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the vote at the United Nations. And Jamaica has to do what it has always done best in international foreign diplomacy, and it is to lead. Yes, yes, yes. We punch way above our weight class in this area. Yes, yes. And we have to do something very, very unique. It is what our party president spoke about. We not only have to lead the vote, but we have to lead CARICOM and the G77 and China in ensuring that there's not a reversal or an abstention in the vote, but we have to lead them to make sure that no amendments come to the existing resolution that is on the table in terms of human rights breaches either, or to say in any obfuscated way or any strident way that we need to change on humanitarian grounds. Our representative must also carry an instruction, not only to vote in favor of the resolution, but to be proactive, purposeful, and persistent in our resolve towards ensuring that it is lifted. I want to close, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, by really thanking this House for continuously putting forward this resolution on our part, which is a precursor to the UN vote. Why? Because it is important. They often say that where but for the grace of God go I. You never know what can happen to us as a country. And I would have to think that when friends were few, and when friends are few, countries like Cuba has always stood with Jamaica. And I say again, Mr. Speaker, let us remove this embargo. Jamaica, with its leadership, with its voice, with its respect internationally, can make this happen. Thank you.
Mr. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief, Mr. Speaker, but as you know, I have spoken on all the occasions that we have had this opportunity to address such a motion. And when I was leader of government business, and now that I am leader of opposition business, I would never allow the occasion to pass. In fact, the people of East Kingston and Port Royal would not forgive me, especially because of the relationship with our former Member of Parliament, Mr. Michael Manley, and Fidel. And even if that were not the case, I can speak of my own involvement with the people, the government and the people of Cuba. But I believe and I agree that this is a special year and a special time. And I would like all future members of Parliament from East Kingston, when they check the record, to know that this Member of Parliament has always stoutly and solidly support the Cuban regime and the Cuban people. Mr. Speaker, we speak of the special time, and we acknowledge in the resolution the impact, the direct impact of the blockade on other countries. You can't escape it. And Jamaica being the closest neighbor of the Cuban people has been affected. All these 50-odd years, we have been impacted, because you can just imagine the collaboration, the nexus of two thriving economies side by side, working together in tourism, working together in all other aspects that the Cubans have excelled in. And we too, can you imagine that sharing that has eluded us in a direct way over these many years? And it is a sad situation. It is a sad state of affair. And that's why we have to especially give credit and to salute the Cuban people, because despite all of that, they are an example to us for the resilience, the grit and determination, and they're not going to die. Right. Long live Cuba. Yeah. Long live the revolution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge your achievements. I have worked with them in all the areas that I have had portfolio responsibilities for as minister, in science, in technology, in energy. They have excelled. And I too want to, on this occasion, say to the U.S. administration, enough is enough. The time has come. Free up Cuba, free up Jamaica. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. Looking back, in the early 60s, you go back to Cuban Missile Crisis, all of the sort of East-West tensions that happened at that time. And when the blockade was put in place, at the start, there was the issue of it being put in because of what was perceived as a nuclear threat, and also what was perceived because of the alignment with communist countries and what that effect could have on the Western Hemisphere. This embargo has gone on for 56 years. It's the longest trade embargo in modern history, if not in all time. And it has a real effect on the Cuban people, real effect. I was there 5-6 years ago, and they had a problem because a charter that had come in had engine trouble. But whenever they have a problem with a plane, they have to ground the plane and get persons from Europe who come down, and then if there are parts, they have to bring the parts from Europe because they can't work because the Western Hemisphere, this side is difficult to access because of the relationships with the United States. And so it's grounded for days with that economic impact. So if you spread this along to all the other elements of business, it has created a real problem for them. But as has been said by all my colleagues, during this time of all this economic strife, the Cuban government has really reached out in the international world and shown brotherhood and friendship through health, education, everything. And today I rose specifically because I am a beneficiary of that. I was the first student to study medicine in Cuba. And the first. I went alone, the first.
You went alone on the plane.
And interestingly, even to today, in my constituency, persons come and ask me how they can go and study in Cuba. Cubans have reached out their hands, whether it's in Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America. They've really shown that they're true international friends. In 2014, when President Obama signaled a change in relationship with Cuba, there was a lot of excitement. I went to a conference in Haiti, and the minister, Morero, was there. And in Haiti, yes. And in the discussions there at that time, there was a great excitement because they were seeing all this investment that could come on the horizon, the tourism sector. There was a lot of optimism. As a matter of fact, even here there was a lot of discussion in Jamaica about how the opening up of Cuba would affect Jamaica. And we all said that, and on both sides, both the minister and myself were making the point that we welcomed the opening up of it because the competition is good, and we thought it would benefit both of our countries. That has not really come to fruition because of the changes that are made. Mr. Speaker, today in 2018, the reasons for that blockade, if there ever were good reasons, no longer could possibly apply. There is no nuclear threat. There is no threat to spread of communism. There is none of those things, and therefore it is my pleasure to again stand with my colleagues bilaterally in the House, and I'm pleased to see Jamaica unite around this, and therefore I support wholeheartedly this motion for us to ask the United States to lift this embargo on Cuba that has gone on for far too long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, may I? Our time now. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Please. Did you have before me? Sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield to the senior politician, and then I'll speak after him. Dali, I'll yield to you. You're senior to me. It's fine. I'll go. If I would meet in the legal world.
Permission to speak from a seat which is other than my own. I will speak in Patria multe venceremos. It actually means homeland or death, we shall overcome. Those words are words.
Mr. Daly,
that
you have permission to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those words are words that every single Cuban citizen, young and old, are accustomed to. Homeland or death has been the clarion call of the Cuban people from the 1st of January 1959. And when you look at the period of struggles that the Cuban people have gone through and have withstood with pride and have become the most internationalist country in the world, that spirit of internationalism has never been matched by any other country, large or small. We in Jamaica have been a great friend of Cuba, and personally speaking, I have been a great friend of Cuba. Not only have I lived in Cuba and worked in Cuba, yo tengo sangre cubano. And because of that reason, I have to make sure that at all times I defend the rights of the Cuban people for self-determination. The fact is, we are not able to influence the foreign policy of the United States, and we have never attempted to say what they should do. But we believe that this embargo of 56 years old is an economic injustice that has been done to the Cuban people, and it is also historically wrong. We understand the genesis of the embargo, but it is historically wrong for the Cuban people to have endured 56 years of this embargo. And as you say, as many persons have said, members have said, it is time. It is time. And I am extremely proud that for the past 9 years, both sides of the House and both political parties, because there were times when there were differences regarding relationships with Cuba. But for the past 9 years or so, both parties in Jamaica, major political parties, and both sides of the House have been on one accord, and we have been in agreement about this historic wrong decision of the United States of America. I have worked with Cuba and its government in my capacity as the Minister of Health in the past. Jamaica will recall, and the younger ones in Jamaica will recall, the many gifts that we have received out of the spirit of internationalism of the Cuban people. The Garvey Maceo School, which was a gift from the people of Cuba, which I had the honor myself and a member from Southwest Clarendon to actually give the name. We actually came up with the name, Garvey Maceo. We also know of the Ozemati High School out in Spanish Town. Many of us have worked there voluntary. It's a El Dia Voluntario, voluntary days, many days to do work to advance the construction. The G.C. Foster College, the Anchovy School in Anchovy, that was used afterwards by the Jamaica Constabulary Force. I speak about the internationalist spirit of the Cuban people because it's not only when you have a lot to give, then you can say, I am giving. Cuba has built relationships after the African Liberation Wars, their role in Angola. Had it not been for the Cuban people, Angola might not have been liberated today. All of us know. Jamaica suffered the consequences of supporting the Cuban troops in Angola. And we remember how that went. But when you see a country like Cuba could have taken thousands of casualties of war, children who are casualties of wars in Africa, all over Africa, Namibia, Sierra Leone, Angola, all over, and have a place called the Isles of Youth. When you go to the Isles of Youth, and I encourage any member, Isla de la Juventud, any member from Jamaica who happens to visit Cuba, ask them to give you a trip to Isla de la Juventud and to see how Cuba, with not much, but out of the spirit of internationalism, could have offered so much to many peoples around the world. I tell you, the thousands of Jamaicans who are on the brink of becoming blind, who have done cataract surgeries in Cuba. I remember flying many there in my capacity as Minister of Health. Every Minister of Health in here, since John Jr., who started the program, Minister John Jr., have seen the work of the Cuban ophthalmologists working with our Jamaican people and bringing back sight to them. There's one thing that always strikes me, and that is every year there is a group of young people from the United States of America called Brigada Venceremos, that college students, high school students that travels to Cuba and spend about a month in Cuba to do agricultural work, volunteer work. The member from St. Anne spoke about her son going there and participating in volunteer work. What has been built in Cuba is a spirit of survival, and survival even against the blockade of the power up north. Because to be a survivor against a powerful country like the United States for so many years, it means that something must have been right with the policies and leadership of this country. And as the member said, 191 nations at the countries at the United Nations last year voted to lift the blockade. 191 countries. And only 2 voted against. We know the 2 are United States, of course, and Israel. 191 nations cannot be wrong. Year after year, people are coming to say, lift the blockade. And I am saying today, as I support the motion, the resolution, that the Parliament of Jamaica is now sending a very strong message that regardless of our friendship with the United States, the people and government of the United States of America are our friends, our long historic friends. But regardless of that friendship, if your friend is doing something wrong, you must be able to say it is wrong. The blockade against the Cuban people is wrong. And this is not an attack on anybody in the United States or the people up at Ligonier in Washington. Time has now come for this blockade to be lifted. And the Parliament of Jamaica is sending this message once again, that the Parliament of Jamaica is saying you must lift the blockade. We salute the heroic Cuban people. We salute the sacrifices of the people of Cuba and their internationalist spirit. We salute the people of Jamaica who have made tremendous contribution in simple ways to the maintenance of the Cuban economy and their life. Because there are many things that Jamaica has done for Cuba also. Jamaica, as simple as we are, we have helped in many, many ways. And so we are happy. We have never talked about that part of the story. While we have received a lot from Cuba, we have done a lot also for the people of Cuba in many ways and in simple ways. And so we are now on one accord once again. The embargo is unjust. The embargo is illegal, and it must be lifted. Patria muerte, venceremos.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes. If it so pleases you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to the motion that was raised by the Attorney General as it relates to the termination of the illegal and unlawful embargo in place against the people of Cuba. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of raising the said motion in the House last year, and since then the Cuban ambassador and I have maintained very good relations. Mr. Speaker, the relationship that we have with Cuba, as has been indicated, stems from the era of 1972 when we first established diplomatic relations with our sister island. And Jamaica and Cuba have had the mutually edifying benefit of maintaining those diplomatic relations. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I stand here to lend my voice in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, since 1992, the United Nations General Assembly has raised a resolution every single year calling for the end of the unlawful economic, social, and commercial blockade against the people of Cuba. Mr. Speaker, this embargo is not just a question of economics, it is a question also of human rights. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization has indicated quite clearly that there is much needed medical equipment, medical supplies that the people of Cuba's life is dependent upon. And whilst Cuba has the ability to produce some of the goods that they need, certainly the effect of the embargo is such that necessary raw material, necessary equipment, necessary items are not being provided to our sister island, primarily because of this unlawful blockade. Mr. Speaker, there was a ray of hope back in 2009 when President Obama, or former President Obama, indicated that he would be lifting travel bans to Cuba. These travel bans were further relaxed in 2011, and by April 2015, President Obama met on Cuban soil with then President Raul Castro. Those meetings signaled a new era, an era of hope that within the Caribbean, within the Western Hemisphere, there would be greater cooperation amongst sovereign nations, that perhaps in due course, the great United States of America would move to respect the sovereignty of Cuba and also to respect international law, which prohibits the intervention and which prohibits the intervention in sovereign states' affairs, certainly as it relates to politics. Mr. Speaker, as has been said in this House before, there is actually no reason for the continuance of this blockade, certainly not in 2018. The days of the Batista era have long since gone. The days of the Cold War era have long since gone. And we have seen overtures being extended to nations within Asia who have adopted similar or even more stringent ideologies than our Cuban neighbors. So certainly, what then is the reason for this blockade? Could it be, Mr. Speaker, a sense of pride that has been hurt for more than 50 years? Could that be the reason? Could it be persons, more than likely Cuban dissidents in Florida, who insist that this blockade be maintained as a form of dictating the political narrative in Cuba? But certainly, Mr. Speaker, whatever the reason, and Mr. Speaker, as I look upon the ambassador, I wish, if you permit me, to say this in Spanish. El bloqueo contra Cuba es como un palo muy grande encima las espaldas de nuestros hermanos en Cuba. Es completamente injusto, y aquí en Jamaica nosotros conocemos muy bien que somos hermanos en el Caribe, que somos hermanos porque el sangre tiene el mismo color. Y lo que está pasando aquí en Cuba después de 50 años es una injusticia, es muy desgracia, y aquí en Jamaica nosotros no vamos a soportar este bloqueo contra Cuba. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, at some point, this blockade, which certainly has been the most enduring trade embargo in modern history, at some point must come to an end. Mr. Speaker, Cuba has not just been a friend to Jamaica, but Cuba has been a friend to most nations across the world. Wherever there is a crisis, you can find our Cuban brothers and sisters. And certainly, as the Minister of Health has indicated, Cuba has given much to Jamaica in terms of health care, but not just to Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, at this moment, there are over 50,000 Cuban doctors in over 66 countries across the world. When the world was faced with yet another Ebola outbreak in West Africa, Cuban doctors were amongst the first on the scene, showing care and compassion to victims of the Ebola virus. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that without the almost 500 doctors being present in West Africa, the Ebola virus would have spread further to the Western Hemisphere. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is with the same care and compassion that we must continue to demand the end of this blockade against Cuba. Cuba is an island that is rich. Its people are wonderful. It also boasts a creative culture that rivals many other cultures in the world, Mr. Speaker. And so, on that basis, in the interest of the Cuban children and their children to come, it is time that this blockade comes to an end, Mr. Speaker. And so it is great pride that I lend my voice in support to the end of this blockade.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice of support to the resolution that is before us. And I speak as another Cubana here in the House. A Cubana. You wouldn't understand, but that's okay. That's okay. As the member said, he has sangre cubana. And it's not just sangre, it's corazón cubano. Para que sepan. There you go. Mr. Speaker, Cuba is not just our nearest neighbor. Cuba has been a good neighbor, a very good neighbor to Jamaica. And I speak from personal experience as one who has benefited from the largesse of the Cuban people, as one who has spent several years living in Cuba, living under the blockade. Unlike others who have spoken, I have not, when I was there, I wasn't in a hotel. I wasn't in a private house. I wasn't in the diplomatic circle. I was a student, and I lived like any other Cuban did. On the weekends, my Cuban flatmates took me home. I was with them at home. Lengua extranjera. I was with them at home. I knew what dinner looked like. I knew what sacrifice was. And that is where I learned what Cubans learn, that sacrifice is not giving when you have plenty, but sacrifice is giving when you hardly have anything, but you know the importance of giving. And so it is with that sense of gratitude that I stand here today supporting the lifting of the blockade. I am one of them. I don't use the word embargo. I don't think it is strong enough. It is a blockade, a total blockade, and one that is inhumane, illegal, and unjust. Others have spoken of the scholarships to Jamaicans. Many of us believe that it's only medicine and dentistry. But let's also remember that there are individuals, sports medicine, economics, foreign languages, architecture, engineers, translators and interpreters. And all of these individuals have been there studying as guests of the Cuban government and the Cuban people, free of cost. Free of cost. Receiving, and I know because I was not a government scholarship holder. I was among the first batch from the People's National Party that took up scholarship in Cuba. The only thing we had to live on was the stipend given to us. The years, 6 years. All that we had to live on was a stipend given to us by the Cuban people. We had breakfast of eggs and brains or eggs almost every day. Pork was with everything. Pork was with everything. But what it allowed us to do was to really understand the troubles, the excitement, the things that the Cubans hold dear, and to understand exactly what the blockade did to everyday living. I want to talk about the Cubans who are now in Jamaica, who are still helping us, and who are helping to make sure that our education system and our medical system still is of the best. The Cuban government is clear on a couple of principles, because that's really what we're talking about. One that we have been talking about is one of sovereignty. That each country is entitled as a sovereign nation to choose the way they live. There is no doubt that the government of Cuba is legitimate, it is popular, and it is one not necessarily the kind of system we know in terms of how they choose their leaders. But I can tell you, having lived there, that there's much we could learn. There is much we could learn from a system where no one is elected to the parliament unless they live in the community that they are going to represent. They are chosen by their peers and by their neighbors, individuals that they live with every single day. What that means is that these representatives live and have a first-hand experience of the problems facing those they represent. And I'm sure that you would understand that that brings a different passion to representation. It is a system of government that has yielded without a quota being set, 50% of the parliament being women. No need to set a quota. They have been able to do it without that. There is no doubt that this is the most unfair, severe, and extended system against a country for as long as we have had it. But I wanted to talk just very briefly about the last year, since 2017, because sometimes we think of how long it has been. We recognize, as we recognize today, that we have taken a retrograde step backward in terms of the additional pressure and where we are going. But let us note that in the 2017 amendment, 179 Cuban entities have been singled out for special mention, special, I'm trying to find the word, I gather whitelist is not the same as blacklist, and I refuse to use the word blacklisted. But these are entities that are negative pressure is being brought to bear. The blockade is economic aggression at its highest. It doesn't only affect the government or the private sector, but it affects the people of Cuba. The Cubans themselves estimate that just since 2017, the loss to the country has been $4.3 billion. Just imagine that, $4.3 billion. I wanted to just share with you a few of the examples in terms of the cost to the Cuban government. So, for example, on November 9th, 2017, the U.S. Department of State published a list that included those 179 Cuban institutions that I spoke about from a wide range of sectors in the national economy, with which direct financial transactions are forbidden. This has a negative impact on the country's economic development and generates the effect of intimidating U.S. and third country companies who would like to set up economic, commercial, and banking relations in Cuba. On September 26, the Office of Foreign Assets Control prohibited a donation of medicine going to the NGO Caritas Cuba because the ship was carrying the cargo belonged to the American-owned Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings Limited. Yeah? Prohibited a donation of medicine. During that year, Medicuba, and some persons might know Medicuba because they deal with medical products, and it's one of the companies that deal with medical products. At one time, it also dealt with individuals in Jamaica who were seeking medical assistance in Cuba. They have made requests to over 30 American companies to purchase items that are needed for their healthcare system. And until now, they have not received any response. And from those that they have received responses, again, it is the threat from the U.S. that prevents them from doing business. One of the negative effects, those of you who have been there and you like Rum Havana Club. Havana Club, a very famous Cuban rum, has lost $90 million in revenue in the last year because of the blockade. So I want us to understand exactly what we're talking about. Cuba has been resilient, yes. And in fact, UNESCO has said that Cuba is the Latin American country with the highest rate of development in education. Because in Cuba, there is 100% of their youths are guaranteed free access to education, including university education. 100%. So just imagine now what happens when, because of the blockade, you are unable to have a proper learning software, devices, and so on, to move to state-of-the-art equipment in your universities and your school, again because of the blockade. Cuban sports training schools have restricted possibilities for acquiring medicines, muscle recovery elements, cutting-edge technology equipment, again because of this blockade, even unable to improve the infrastructure of their schools. I thought I would share with you some of the practical ways in which the blockade has been hindering the progress and development of the Cuban people. A people who, not so long ago it was, committed to improving the healthcare system in Haiti when it was decimated. I believe that at this point, all of us in here, it's not a choice that we have. I think it is an obligation for us to support the resolution that is there. And so, as has been said before, patria o muerte, venceremos. Cuba siempre. Hasta la victoria, siempre.
Mr. Hilton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that and very happy to play the role of being the last to speak on this motion, because on this resolution, because in a real way, this has been especially delightful for me, because 9 years ago when I decided to move this motion, this resolution, it was a different environment in which I moved this resolution. And so, please, all right, I'll speak to you. Before I speak, I want to recognize the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, with whom I had the pleasure to work for many, many years. And in a real way, Mr. Speaker, today's debate keeps faith with our promise 9 years ago that we will continue to raise our voice against the blockade on Cuba until the blockade has been lifted. That was a promise that we made in this House 9 years ago, that until the blockade is lifted, we will continue to raise our voice and to move such a resolution. And Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the opposition said, we almost, up until this year, we almost lapsed into a sense of regularity, a sense of lacking in importance because it seemed so routine, because we had managed to fashion, as a parliament, a common policy on Cuba, and to announce that policy to the world, that both opposition and government, of whichever party, were now in common must be raised by a member of the cabinet of Jamaica. It must be raised, and I said it last time, that it was no disrespect to my colleague on the backbench, a member from St. Catherine, which St. Catherine? East Central? a member from St. Catherine South, East Central. But what I did point out is that this resolution was of such importance that it is the cabinet of Jamaica that must now carry that responsibility. This motion was moved by when I was spokesman and opposition spokesman on foreign affairs and foreign trade. And we only agreed that the government, and it's only proper, that the government move the resolution as a mark of continuity. It's very important. It's a mark of importance of this and dignity of this and the sanctity of this resolution, that it should be carried by the government of the day. And were it not so, then I would insist on continuing to carry that resolution year after year. And so we have to recognize the importance and the solemnity of the resolution on Cuba, to lift the blockade on Cuba, as a central part of our foreign policy and as a signal to the rest of the world that this matter is sufficiently important that the government of the day must carry that resolution to indicate that there is no change or no shift in that policy, and that we'll continue with that policy for a long time. That was the reason, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the sacrifices, much has been said about the contribution that Cuba has made. But, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker before me went in some details about the real effects and the real meaning of the blockade and what that does to the people of Cuba. The question has been asked, why has Cuba been, it appears that Cuba has been singled out, or the Cuban people have been singled out for punishment by the United States administration, particularly the current administration. And Mr. Speaker, I felt, and we saw the changes in the previous administration, the administration prior to this, and we all had reason to believe that we were on a path of regularization, normalization of relations with Cuba. And we felt a bit comforted by freedom is eternal vigilance. That the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And we must be very vigilant about this relationship, that we not take it for granted, that we not make it routine as it has appeared to be. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind but that after the Cold War period, that Cuba is now a sort of symbol of what American foreign policy can do to our resistance in the Caribbean region. Cuba has become a symbol that, certainly for this administration, that if you resist, this is the punishment that will be meted out to you. And in that sense, Mr. Speaker, we have to stand, Cuba's destiny in that sense is our destiny. We have to stand with Cuba, because our failure to understand that we have to stand with Cuba in this hour and at this moment is very, very critical. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt. We've talked about the price that Cuba has paid. But we here in Jamaica and in the Caribbean have paid a significant price as well. And it's a point that I made time and again, because although the blockade is on Cuba, the impact on all of us has been real, and it has been sustained, and it has been a difficult challenge for all of us. CARICOM, for example, I have no doubt in my mind, from the years of experience in CARICOM and in Cuba, I have no doubt but that the Cuban blockade against Cuba by the Americans is still one of the crippling factors that has prevented us to normalize Cuba and to regularize Cuba into the CARICOM arrangement. But for the blockade, I believe the changes that was necessary for Cuba to accept the obligations and the responsibility of CARICOM might have been made, it would have been formalized. I think would have seen far more greater movement towards that regularization than we see now. So, Mr. Speaker, we have paid a very, very important price for this blockade, and I believe it is in our self-interest. So when we speak on this blockade, and we talk about lifting this blockade, this is about lifting the pressure, not only from Cuba, but from the Jamaican and the Caribbean people as well. So it is in our own interest that we speak and that we should defend this very action. And so, Mr. Speaker, today I want to add my voice and to say that it is good to see that so many people have so much to say today, that on the Cuban and the need to lift the Cuban blockade, that it almost seems unnecessary, that what 9 years ago seems difficult is now a routine matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I add my voice and join my voice today in supporting the resolution, and to say that in supporting this resolution this time, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whose representatives are here, understands that whatever amendments that are sought to come to this resolution, that Jamaica has a responsibility to vote against those amendments to ensure that this resolution is once again received the support from the global community that it deserves and it has enjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ford.
Mr. Speaker, I should like to close the debate on this motion by thanking everyone who spoke. I believe we can convincingly say that this Honourable House has expressed itself clearly and unequivocally, and that we can conclude that the decades-old blockade is immoral, illegal, and undesirable. It is also clear that there is support for the renewed dialogue between the United States and Cuba. There is also support for the position of the government of Jamaica expressed today, October 30, not last Tuesday, October 23, as previously indicated. Mr. Speaker, I can report that the government of Jamaica will not support any amendment to the draft resolution before the United Nations General Assembly. I can also report that the government of Jamaica supports Cuba's opposition to amendment of the resolution to include any reference to human rights concerns. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that there is another United Nations body that is specifically charged with dealing with human rights issues, and that is the UN Human Rights Council, which is situated in Geneva. Mr. Speaker, there is ample evidence, just to respond specifically in closing to the issues raised by the Honourable Member from St. Andrew East Central. There is ample evidence to show that the Andrew Holness-led administration is prepared to take the lead on this matter. The Prime Minister spoke on it at the General Assembly, and we have every reason to believe that he will continue to speak on it. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the support, and it shows what we can do when we are all agreed on something. Thank you so much.
Members, the question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Mr. Simuda. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was not previously indicated that an amendment would be taken by the Minister of Transport and Mining. Nonetheless, in discussions with the Minister, who is prepared to have the amendment, and his opposition counterpart, I think it would be in order for you, Mr. Speaker, to invite him to make his presentation. It is on the amendment to the Road Traffic Act at public business.
Mr. Speaker, I would just ask if we could just refresh, if the Leader of Government would be so kind as to refresh certainly my memory as to where we are in the life of this particular bill. Because I'm not too clear on my mind. I remember the copious amendments which were already approved and so on. I actually thought we'd passed it. But I want to know where we are in the life of this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the Senate amendments to the bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic Act 2018 be considered.
Go ahead, Minister.
I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the House to take the Senate amendments en bloc. It was passed in the Senate.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the House is being reminded that the amendments to the Road Traffic Act from the Senate are before us for consideration and approval. The House will recall that the final revised Road Traffic Bill 2018 was passed in the lower house on February the 6th, 2018, with 131 amendments and sent to the Senate for its review and comments. These amendments have since been incorporated into the bill as was discussed by the Senate. I must pause to give kudos to Senator Johnson Smith and her team for the sterling work that went into the preparation of the road traffic bill going into the Senate meetings. In the Senate, further amendments were made to the bill, in addition to those that came from the lower house. A total of 152 recommended amendments from the Senate were incorporated into this bill, some of which were editorial in large part. The main list of amendments that were incorporated in the road traffic bill are as follows. Clause 22. The language in Clause 22 has been revised, especially where there is a reference to a person, quote unquote, suffering from a prescribed disease. This now reads a person who has or had at any time a prescribed disease or physical disability. Regarding the definitions, the reference to the misuse of drugs or alcohol have been deleted from the definition disability, which now reads, disability includes the physical, mental, or intellectual impairment of a person which may hinder the full and effective participation of the person in society on an equal basis with other persons. Clause 5.2, the language of Clause 32.5 has been changed from the authority may to the authority shall. A new subclause has been inserted at 32.410 that provides that where a driver's license has been revoked, a new one may be issued subject to the driver undergoing retraining or retesting. Clause 52.5, another issue raised was persons using sirens in private vehicles in instances where they had no affiliation with emergency vehicles. In response, a new clause 52.7 has been inserted which reads, A driver commits an offense if the driver causes or permits an audible siren sound to be emitted from a vehicle on any road unless the vehicle is an emergency vehicle or other than in such circumstances as may be prescribed. This new offense also means that amendments are being made to the first and the sixth schedule with $10,000 as defined in the first schedule, while in the second schedule the penalty is now $20,000, and in default of payment, 7 days imprisonment in the second schedule. For clause 76 and 77, the Senate proposed that the demerit points for exceeding the speed limit in school safety zones and construction zones should move from 6 to 10 demerit points, and an offender's license should be revoked for 6 months. I note that the merit points associated with exceeding the speed limit by 50 km per hour in these zones have been increased to 10, and this is reflected in the amendments to the 6th schedule. Additionally, it is an offense to not comply with the signs and the posted speed limit in both school and construction zones. The Senate also raised the issue of damage to state infrastructure and road furniture, and noted that the bill should allow for some form of payment where someone causes damage to state property in the cases of accident. Clause 97 has been amended to account for the damage to road infrastructure. Clause 121 allows for hands-free use of electronic communication devices. The clause has been amended to be more technologically neutral. It provides that sending or receiving oral or written messages, electronic mail, viewing still or moving images, or accessing the internet while the vehicle is moving are all offenses. Mr. Speaker, I trust that these amendments made in the Senate will find favor with this Honourable House, and I now recommend this bill with the amendments for the members for their approval. Mr. Speaker, I pause to ask if there are any other members who wish to contribute to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the confirmation of the Senate amendments. Agreed to.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I again move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to propose to this House and to consider new amendments to this bill, notwithstanding Standing Order 63. Mr. Speaker, based on a meeting of the Cabinet on September 17, the Honourable Prime Minister...
Minister, hold a minute. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You
Thank
have
you,
to
sir.
seek suspension for the second order.
Based on a meeting of the Cabinet on September 17, the Honourable Prime Minister, Chairman of the National Road Safety Council, requested that further amendments to the Road Traffic Bill going forward are required in order to give substantial anchorage in the Road Traffic Act to the following matters. Where offences are captured by electronic means, as may be prescribed, allow the prescribed notice to be issued to the owner of the vehicle as if the owner was the driver of the vehicle at the time of the commission of the offence. However, having been so served with the notice, the owner will not incur any demerit points against his driver's license. Secondly, the need for persons to have their permit or driver's license in the motor vehicle while driving, which poses a monetary penalty for a licensed driver who was unable to immediately produce a driver's license. This provision was re-examined, and an amendment is being made to allow for the driver to have in the vehicle such other document constituting evidence thereof as may be prescribed. The 8th schedule is being amended to give the Island Traffic Authority, as one of the functions of the ITA, the ability to detect offences against the Act by, quote, the monitoring and inspection of vehicles, including by electronic monitoring and surveillance, and the installation on or near any road such device as may be approved by the Minister in the regulations for the purpose of detecting or recording by electronic means offences against this Act. Mr. Speaker, I again ask for if there are any members who wish to speak on the further amendments to the Road Traffic Act. Mr. Speaker, can I ask that the new amendments to the bill be agreed to?
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
No, man. Mr. Speaker, these are substantial amendments coming to us in this form. When I was looking at one amendment here, Mr. Speaker, where a 50,000 fine, all right, for a person applying for a permit or driver's license where the applicant holds another permit or driver's license of the same class. So what does that mean? I mean, why would you?
Which one is he speaking?
Where is this? What does this mean? So, Minister, I just wonder what mischief is created here by a person applying for a permit. I don't know why somebody would do that. It's on page 23, 21, 2. Yes.
Much input already.
It is applying for, or is it? Yeah. So what kind of duplication could happen here? What kind of mischief could be created?
No, double identity.
And it didn't say in a different name, you know. It assumes that it's the same name.
It said applying or holding a permit to drivers and where applicant holds another.
Minister, let us get something straight here. It's my impression, based on what you have presented, that you have 5 amendments. 4? One minute. Minister, could you check your document again? 5 amendments. 5 amendments. So you're closing now?
Mr. Speaker, he closed and he asked that the House approve them in block. You put it in the House and said those in favor, and the response was yes. No, the response was yes. Those against, nobody was against. So the issue is closed. You can't debate it anymore or ask question the issue that you put it also approved. You put it in the House already, you know.
Mr. Speaker, just for clarification.
One minute.
Speaker.
Mr. Arscott, for you to speak properly in the standing orders, you have to ask for us to recommit the last one, because they were all put and voted on.
Mr. Speaker, just clarification. I gather that they were the amendments from the Senate, which, yes, but I gather the minister is seeking to do further amendments to go back to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I think I would need to see these new amendments for contemplation, and they're just being tabled now, so I would... Yes, but the spokesman isn't here. Has it been?
Mr. Speaker, in support of the opposition leader's point, just to say that, opposition leader in the House, just to the point, just looking at cursorily...
Let's have some order, please, that I can hear the member.
Just looking cursorily at these amendments that have been put, one in particular is very far-reaching because it would impose criminal liability on the owner of a vehicle for acts done by the driver. This is a total departure from the way in which the Act has operated in the past. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it may be a good thing, but to just have it dropped on us like this and we can't consult, we can't have any kind of consultation among ourselves or with other stakeholders, it's not good procedure. And God knows I want this Act to pass, because this thing has been in this Parliament now for over 2 years, because we brought it here. There was an election, it's been brought back, we're 2 years into the term, 2.5, it still don't pass, and people are dying on the roads every day. But still, we're going to live with this legislation for years to come. And it's always a bad practice to rush things through, especially things as far-reaching as this. So I would just implore the minister to consider a request, give us a week to look at this, especially in relation to these new amendments. This massive book of amendments from the Senate, 40 pages long, was tabled some time ago, months ago, but this is new.
Mr. Speaker, while I hear the plea of the Honourable member and I have some sympathy, in the discussions we had with the opposition spokesperson on transport, he indicated he would not be available next week. And I'd asked, and then he had to leave today, so he asked the member from Northwest Clarendon to do it. Right? So, but the thing was, it was passed, you know, Mr. Speaker.
So my understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that the amendments from the Senate went through, and we're fine with that. But these new amendments, we're asking for a week's delay.
Members, Mr.
Speaker, let us not make this
have some
controversial.
order, please?
Let us not make it controversial. And let us give the members an opportunity to brief themselves and to come, or even the following week when the member is available.
Mr. Speaker, it cannot be done that way. It cannot be done that way. The amendment from the Senate were put to the floor and were approved unanimously. The minister came with new amendments and he asked for approval of the House. He asked it. Let me finish. I'm on my feet. He came and he said,
please, let the member speak.
He spoke on the amendments that he wanted. And he asked them to be put in block. Nobody objected. The House voted unanimously.
But we're not bound by the standing orders. We can go out
voted unanimously. Let me finish.
Okay, Mr.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Give me a chance to finish. Give me a chance, Mr. Speaker, to conclude what I'm saying. At least I deserve that.
Yes.
At least I deserve to be heard.
At
least I deserve to be heard. I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker. At least I deserve to be heard. You don't hear me yet. I am saying, I have not concluded what I'm saying. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, listen to me now, please. I am saying that the member asked, Mr. asked for to be taken in block, which was taken. Now, he's asking, the opposition wants to now say they want to review. It's not the minister's fault or my fault or your fault that they didn't look through it before and ask for it. Now, let me finish. Let me complete. You bigger this to shut your mouth. So it's not our fault, but at this stage the minister said he wants to give them a chance to review. It can't be done that way. It cannot be done that he say, all right, give me a chance to review. It has to be recommitted for it to be, for the vote to be reversed for next week. He can't just say, give him a chance. It can't be done that way. You know that. So having voted on the motion, you have to recommit it. You can't also leave them, let them get it for next week. It can't be that way.
Won't be right.
Okay, order, members.
Okay.
Minister. Mr. Arscott is asking that one of the amendments that we have voted on be recommitted.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Point of order. Correction here. Mr. Asker, the member from Southwest Clarendon, did not ask for an amendment to be recommitted. The leader of the House, the opposition business rather, asked for the entire thing to be recommitted for them to consider it for next day. He didn't ask for one. They asked for the entire thing to be recommitted. No, hold on. Just let me. No. That's not what it said. The speaker is asking for one amendment. Yes. Just a minute. The speaker is asking is Mr. Daly. Right. Listen to me. What the speaker says is that the member from Southwest Clarendon is asked for one amendment to be recommitted. That's not what I got from that side. They asked for the entire amendments to be recommitted. To be reconsidered.
Mr. Speaker, that's on a point of clarification. The issue that was raised by the member from Southwest Clarendon was on the Senate amendments which were passed. Right? These amendments were tabled just now. Right. We just got them just now. All we've asked the minister to do is to give us a week to look at them. That's all we're asking.
We agree. But we agree.
So we move for recommittal of the amendments that have been proposed by the minister for reconsideration at this time, and at which time we would propose that they be deferred until next week.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. Mr. Arscott, have you spoken? So what do we do?
All right. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today, so I ask you to adjourn this Honourable House until 2 p.m. next Tuesday.
The motion is that the House be adjourned until the 6th of November. Members, the House is still in session. I have not yet put the motion, and I'm going to ask members to spend 2 more minutes without any problem. We have been doing very well today. There's a motion on the floor from the Leader of the House that the House be now adjourned until 2 o'clock next week, Tuesday. Those in favour? Those against? This Honourable House now stands adjourned.
Hi, my name is Yolanda. I recently lost my mom to breast cancer.
There are some persons who, yes,